Hello, guys. Welcome back to this third and the final part, analyzing this episode. As you all know, I made look. Let me drink a little bit. As you all know, I was making a part one the day before yesterday, and the part two yesterday. So today I'm going to analyzing the final part of this episode. Plus, there will be a little part in which I will analyze ending three of course, Shingeki no Kyojin. I just wait a few seconds by telling you already. Thank you so much for the support. This was a huge journey for this episode. I think that that was the the main live streaming in which I was describing you. Look, let me put the camera a little bit. Okay, like this, in which I analyzed. Pretty everything. And this is the first time, sincerely, that I'm making 12 hours of live streaming dedicated for one episode. So I don't know if this will happen once again. Just stay tuned and keep on watching. But definitely, this was the longest analysis that I have ever made regarding one episode. So I'm really happy, sincerely, because I think that this story can give us lots of hints, lots of things to think, lots of things to analyze, and of course, as I told you many times, these are just my simple and humble thoughts. This is not something that is objective 100%. It's just what I feel. If you feel something different, it's good for you. I mean, you don't have to feel inferior because your thoughts are not like mine. I'm not trying to impose my thoughts. This is just a way to have fun all together by just sharing my thoughts together with you, and then you can have your own opinions. So as much as I don't impose my opinions on you, you shouldn't impose your opinions on me. This is how it works, actually, when there is the free speech about everything that is going on. Okay, let me start immediately because there are so many other things to say by reaching the end of the episode. Yesterday, I was reaching the moment in which Ymir was sacrificing herself because one soldier was trying to attack King Fritz during his speech, and Ymir decided to end. Let's say her life like that in that moment. I already explained you everything about what's happening in that specific scene, but I just wanted to connect with what I'm starting today. Okay, if I look down, it's just because I'm following the rest of my thoughts. You all know that already. Okay, let me start. There is after that scene of yesterday. Hi, Andrew. Thank you so much for the support. There is the scene of the cannibalism. Look, oh, I was speechless, simply speechless, because in this scene you see something that is not human. I mean, the result of non humanity, as much as the moment in which you see how much King Fritz doesn't care at all, not just about Hymir at this point, but he doesn't care also about his daughters because what kind of a father is going to behave like that? I simply don't know. But at the same time, you understand once for all that King Fritz just wanted to gain power. The more power he had, the better it was, especially because his real will is always the same. Since we started this episode, that means to extend Eldia, to extend his dominion. And of course, he can't have any feelings towards Ymir because, in his opinion, Ymir is just a slave. Hello, Sarah. So I think that. here you see the non-humanity 100%. Somebody who lost his humanity, if he has ever had one at this point, I don't know. But you see that this king is not even stopping in front of a person who sacrificed herself because of his sake. And this way in which these feelings are not seen is really sad and tragic, because it makes you understand that when human beings are getting in touch with the power, they are not stopping even in front of the death of somebody. And this is simply cruel. But in this scene of the cannibalism, you also see that the people behind King Fritz, they are not sympathizing with what he's doing. I mean, you see people that they are having a disgusted face. I mean, you don't see people who are agreeing with what's going on. But anyway, they can't say anything about this because they are forced to stay under his kingdom, under his dominion or empire. So they can't say anything rather than accept what they are saying. And this was really nice because you see from those faces that at least there is somebody who doesn't agree with what's going on. Then I don't know in the manga how is represented, but this scene is pretty dark. And of course, in the manga, it can't be so dark, otherwise, you can't see anything. But it's good to see that the tones of the colors are so dark. And in fact, that scene can't be seen clearly, even from TV, from the computer. I think that the reason why it can't be seen so clearly is that because there was a sort of a censorship, because that scene is quite evil. And even if it was midnight, it was better to make the tones of the colors darker in order to avoid some problems later for the TV channel. So that's what I think. But once again, you see that even after Ymir, we are starting imposing the same things also on the new generations. That means the three daughters of Ymir that are forced, that are even more slave than their mom, because now they are forced to eat their mom. And this is something. I felt so speechless, but I made my researches regarding the Norse mythology. Because you know that by making these thoughts that I'm saying to you today, and even the 2 days before, I decided 3 days ago to go and check some stuff in order to make things so clear and evident, not just for you, but also for me. And you all know that in Nordic mythology, Ymir is a god. I mean, it's an entity and it's not a human being. But the interesting thing is that I've heard that the destiny of Ymir was the same, even in the Norse mythology. I mean, the god was eaten by another character of this North mythology. So all the people who were expert about Nordic mythology, when they read Attack on Titan, they were not feeling surprised at all, because Isayama Sensei was following even the destiny of Ymir. In the Nordic mythology, that was represented in the same way also in Attack on Titan. Even if, yes, it's written that Ymir was eaten in order to grant it the creation of this sort of a population, even in Nordic mythology, as much as in Attack on Titan, because you know that it happens even here. I mean, thanks to Ymir's sacrifice, then we have the creation, let's say, of Yumiru no Tami. And this is the beginning of the end, actually. Hi, Guillermo. It's the beginning. Thank you, Andrew. I will read the comments later if I have time, but I'm reading them. Don't worry. Anyway, um, so yeah, this sacrifice of Hymir is used in order to create Yumiru no Tami from now on, and to extend what King Fritz says, Eldian Empire. But as I told you even yesterday, you don't have to forget these two big differences. Eldians are, from my perspective, Eldians are not Yumiro no Tami. I mean, Yumiro no Tami are half Eldians and half coming from Ymir, who still don't know. We are still not knowing where exactly comes from the this little girl that means Ymir, because it's not specified. So at that time, we all know that she was living on the other side of the ocean, as much as all the rest of the world, but we don't know exactly where she comes from. But let's say that aliens, in my thanks to what I'm explaining to you right now in these live streamings, to me, to be more confident, aliens are King Fritz and he is a tribe who tried to extend its dominion even before meeting Ymir. While Yumiro no Tami is what's coming after Ymir was eaten. So I make this distinction. So for you, it's even easier to understand what I mean when I say Yumiro no Tami. Um, but to be honest, these will to let mm, Ymir being eaten by her daughters is reflecting once again all the destiny. I called it destiny even yesterday and the day before yesterday of the entire Yumiro no Tami, because um, even for other generations coming later, you know that the new generations are going to eat the previous generation. So these other kids who are forced later in the future to eat their parents, from this thing you understand that this doesn't regard just Maria, Rose, and Sina, but it regards even all the future generations. That's why I call this the destiny, the fate of Yumiro no Tami. Um, okay, then when she is eaten, I wanted to say another thing. Once again, when she's cut into pieces, sorry that I have to say this 7:50 in the morning, it makes me throw up, but okay, it's not the 7 in the morning for you, so it's fine. But when she is cut into pieces, you see once again this representation as if Ymir is an animal. I mean, she's treated as an animal who's going to be tortured and who's going to become the food of human beings. This was simply disgusting, of course. And I wanted to say another thing. A few seconds before, when the king um, was seeing that Ymir accepted. To be dead, or she just wanted to say, look, let me die so maybe I can be free forever. No, it was totally the opposite, but anyway, you see King Fritz's face like but of course he is not doing a face like this because he cares about Ymir, but he's afraid that he's losing the power, and that's why he decides, okay, before she's dead, before her flesh is still is not going to deteriorate, let's eat her so we can save even the power she has inside herself. This was I look, it made me wanted to throw up as I was telling you, but it happened, so it can't be helped. And you understand from this thing that Ymir doesn't find freedom as much as she was hoping, maybe by thinking, okay, I'm playing that I'm the role of a person who's dead. Let's see if it works. No, it didn't. Or maybe Ymir played the role in which she's saying, look, I'm so tired of this world. I'm so tired to be helpful to others that it's better that I'm going to die. But anyway, you see this face of a King Fritz that I'm connecting with some episodes before of this part two. If you remember, when Zeke is falling from the walls in this part two, and Eren is making this face, Of course, you understand that Eren is not making this face because he cares about Zeke, but Eren makes this face because he's afraid, as much as what happens with King Fritz and Ymir, that he is losing the chance to get in touch with Ymir. So even in that case, you see a similarity between Eren and King Fritz, as much as many other times that I analyzed yesterday. But you understand that this thing is repeating, and I say it to you once again. Eren is descending somehow from Ymir and also King Fritz because he is a Yumiru no Tami, and of course he's descending from them. So you will see somehow in Eren some parts of his personality that are similar to Ymir. And in fact, you know that throughout the previous seasons, Eren was like a bird in a cage. Eren was considered as a slave of the world because he was living in paradise and because he was a Yumi no Tami. So these characteristics are typical of Ymir. And some other characteristics are typical of King Fritz. That means this way to be cruel, this way to dominate the world, this way to decide for the world, this, yes, being afraid because he's going to lose the power. So all these frames that you can match of Eren by making the representation of what he is. That means Ayumiru no Tami. So you don't have to forget this. This is really awesome because even King Fritz decided to unify his body. Okay, I don't want to say how, but you'll understand what I mean. Like he decided to get in touch with Ymir's body so he could create Yumiru no Tami. So you all know that by unifying these two bodies and even things genetically speaking, you are fusing, you are put two things together, and that's why all the descendants of Ymir are having both characteristics, both genetical things from both of them. And you don't have to forget this because this is the most important thing. But anyway, Ymir, after being eaten, she is going to this dimension of the paths, and she's seeing this trunk of the tree of the paths, but she's seeing even the three lines. Okay, of course, these three lines are referring to Maria, Rose, and Sina because they were eaten. They were eating Ymir, and of course, by creating these three lines on top of the tree, they are creating both their memories, but also it makes you understand that they inherited even the memories of their mother, of course. Now I have some doubts that I wanted to share with you. Some things that, to be honest, sorry, I'm stretching my neck because, okay, but I wanted to share with you some doubts that I have because some things are not so clear to me. I wrote them down, so listen, it's written dubbi in Italian, that means doubts. First of all, I wonder, did these three girls, Maria, Rose, and Sina, eat the same quantity of the body of Ymir? Or did they eat different parts? Or did they eat different quantity of parts of Ymir? Because, in my opinion, if they eat the same quantity, they can gain the same power. I mean, they can gain the same quantity of power that had to be spread throughout the generations. If they eat different quantity of parts of Ymir, that means a different quantity of power of Ymir, it means that Maria, for example, was more powerful than Rose and Sina. Okay, this was not explained, of course, but it would be interesting to know this because it makes a difference, especially if we have to create these titans from the descendants of Ymir. We need to understand maybe who got more power and and who didn't. So this was just a doubt that I had. But more than a doubt, it was just a curiosity, okay, that I had. Then another thing that I wanted to explain is this. At this point, the three girls who were eating Ymir were the three daughters of Ymir. But then, from the three daughters of Ymir, who can start this royal blood at this point, because they are descending firstly from the owner, the main owner of this power, are starting even the royal blood line somehow because they descend from her. But at this point, I don't understand who is the royal bloodline and who is not. Because if there are three starting these, and then from these three other kids are starting, etc., growing, blah, 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 it's confusing me. What about the bloodline? I mean, where can we find the royal bloodline, the one and only royal bloodline? Because this makes me feel doubtful. Uh, there was not an explanation for this in this episode. They were just saying, look, you just have to move this power from generation to generation by keep eating your mothers, and keep going on like this, so the power can be transferred, etc. But I know from other sources that even Japanese people had the problems to understand this. I mean, it's not just me. Yeah, I know, Michele, about the nine titans with the nine powers, okay? But let's pretend that Maria had two kids, Sina, two kids, Rose, two kids. Who do we have to consider as the bloodline? Just the first kid from each of them? Just because it's the usual way to consider somebody as a king. Um, this was still confusing me a little bit, but I'm not the only one. I mean, I asked even my husband, and he was saying that this was confusing even Japanese people regarding the royal blood. Uh, um, the royal blood is not the nine titans, because at this point, if this royal blood was inside the nine titans, even Eren can be a royal bloodline. No, it's not like this. Zeke has the royal blood as much as Dinah Fritz, as much as Historia. So there is a difference between all these people. I mean, there is a difference inside these Yumi no Tami between the royal bloodline and the common people. This I still have to think about this, to be honest. Mm, so if the three paths are created, it means that one path is from Maria, one path is from Rose, and one path is from Sina, and that means that these three girls inherited the Shiso Titan. I mean, they inherited the founding Titan. By saying this, it means that after Maria is having three kids, she is having the three titans, and Rose, by having three kids, she is giving the other three titans. Sina is giving the other three titans. I mean, the way in which it was split from the first time into nine titans, I don't understand if it's Maria, Rose, and Sina, three, Shiso Titan, and then Tata, three, 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 or they are already counted as the three Titans, and then from these, when they have kids, they can go on giving the rest of the other six Titans. I mean, or five Titans. These, I think that just in this moment, I felt confused, just a little bit. Uh, And then what about the others who are going to get married, but they still have one titan? They could have had a kid, but I mean, yes, I understand what Isayama wants to say, that there is these descendants in which even the titans were moved from generation to generation. Yes, of course, it's obvious. I know this. But it was just confusing me who was going to inherit the royal blood and who was descending from the royal bloodline and who was not considered coming from the royal bloodline. That's it. Um, okay, then. No, so I'm just reading my other thoughts in the meantime to read if I said everything. um, then. Then another interesting thing is that at the end of King Fritz's life, King Fritz is saying almost more or less the same thing that Kruger is saying to Grisha. Now you have to go on the other side of the wall. I mean, you have to go to paradise. You have to start a new family. You have to make kids. You have to transmit this power. I mean, it was the same thing because even King of Fritz is saying, now you have to make kids. You have to transmit the power from generation to generation. I mean, see, once again, I wanted to remark this. All the Yumiru no Tami that are coming after King Fritz, they're having even a part of him inside their genetics. And it's so hilarious to hear more or less the same sentences coming from Humiru no Tami, even 2,000 years after, that are resembling, I mean, that they are similar to what King Fritz told 2,000 years before. That was really nice. And in the meantime, of course, while King Fritz is dead and no, Wall Maria, I mean, now I'm used to say Wall Maria, and Maria, Rosa, and Sina are having other kids, you see that even these three of the paths is growing. I mean, the paths are becoming multiple. And it means that, of course, this Yumi no Tami is going ahead, descendants after descendants. But let me say one thing. You see Ymir, that when she's reaching, of course, the tree of the paths, she is no more a woman. She is going back to what she was at the beginning. That means a baby girl. Um, I mean, a girl. This is interesting. Why, in my opinion, Ymir is going back to that moment of her life. In my opinion, it's because, of course, by becoming the founding the Titan, when she became the founding Titan, it happened when she was a girl and not when she was a woman. When she was a woman, she could develop her skills of this founding Titan, but anyway, when she started having this power was when she was a girl. So it's like as if she started her curse when she was a girl, and that's why when she's dead and she can go spiritually speaking, let's say, to this dimension of the paths, it's matching exactly since the moment that these things started. That means when she was a girl, as much as when the curse started when she was a girl. But I think that also it started from that moment because it was in that moment in which sincerely she could choose what to do of her life. Once again, I wanted to say that in Attack on Titan, Shingeki no Kyojin, call it as much as you like, all'attacco dei giganti, one of the most important subjects of this story, the more we go on, is the free will. As I was talking to you yesterday about this too, but the free will is really essential to understand this story because it's up to the characters to choose what they really want to do. At that time, when she was a girl, Ymir, and she was considered free by King Fritz, even if we know, of course, that it was the opposite. But when she entered the tree, it was her own free will to enter it. I mean, to go inside of it. Nobody else forced her to go inside of it. So let's say that it was a way to protect herself from the attack of the other warriors that they were coming to check if she was alive or not. But anyway, it was her free will to enter the tree. And this is really important because this is connected somehow also with the end of the episode when she is deciding after 2000 years what to do, as much as at that time she decided to go inside the tree. So this is really essential. This is really important, and we shouldn't forget this because after the moment in which she went inside that tree, she was not choosing anymore for her life. She was going ahead with this project, and she was not thinking something opposite. Maybe she was also using her free will when she was attacked by protecting King Fritz. And maybe in that moment, she was relaxing herself by dying. I still have to understand, but I don't want to know if it's right or wrong, if she imposed herself to die because she was tired of all the conditions she was feeling, of all the things she was living, or because actually she thought that by dying she could reach freedom somehow. Okay, I still have to rewatch this episode to make it more clear to my mind. But anyway, um, I think that another reason why Ymir could be a girl in the Tree of the Paths instead of a woman, it's also because it's since the moment that she was a girl that she became a slave of the world. I mean, it's from that moment that her freedom was stolen forever, and this is the key of this story if we check everything from the perspective of the Yumi no Tami, of this population who was becoming the slave of the world. And this is pretty interesting. But definitely, this search for the freedom is the same search of the freedom that Eren is seeking, because even Ymir, when she heard from King Fritz, "You're free," I think, I believe that when she was running in order to reach that freedom, but she was stopped. And this is another great sign because even for Eren in the previous season, when he was seen as a baby boy who was trying to walk, but he was stopped by Grisha. It's the same leitmotiv. Even Ymir, who tried to be free by running away from these warriors who are trying to hit her, it was a symbol that makes you understand that even Ymir was searching her freedom, but she was stopped by being hit by these warriors. So this search for freedom that started in her brain in that moment when she was still a girl was also the moment in which you see that in the Tree of the Paths. I mean, it's the main subject of the dialogue between her and Eren, and the dialogue, the monologue between Eren and her, because we are talking about the freedom to choose in order to be free. So that's the main point. So I think that the Ymir, the girl Ymir, is stuck over there in the dimension of the paths since the moment in which she wanted to search freedom, but she was stopped. As much as the first moment in which she was considered as a slave for eternity, but because for 2000 years, by living even after death, thanks to her memories, it's like as if she could experience this feeling over and over again through her descendants. And this is pretty sad. Let's try to be in Ymir's position 1 second and think that we are stuck in a place in which we don't have our body anymore. It's just our spirit, it's our soul that is, oh, yes, as I was saying, stuck over there, and you have to feel for 2000 years, thanks to you, by being in the memories of all the people that they were eating you. Because anyway, even if Maria, Rosa, and Sina were eaten by their daughters or sons, anyway, a part of Ymir was eaten once again. It was like this, more or less. So being eaten over and over again for 2000 years, being a slave, or feel the same feelings you have felt for your entire life, and by doing this, to live after your death over and over again, these are things. Wow. And by experiencing these sort of things by yourself only, because Ymir couldn't get in touch with anybody for 2000 years and she was pretty lonely over there, that's more than a curse. Okay, so I totally feel her. I feel so sorry for Ymir, definitely. But anyway, Ymir, even after her death, she's going ahead with her duty because she marked the words of King Fritz. I mean, that's why she keeps moving ahead, moving forward by listening to what King Fritz ordered her after being eaten to Maria, Rose, and Sina. King Fritz is saying you have to be eaten by you have to be eaten by your daughters and sons. You have to perpetrate this alien empire. You have to extend it. You have to make it bigger, etc., etc., etc. And Ymir was already eaten at that point, but she was already living inside the consciousness of Maria, Rose, and Sina. She was living inside of them because of her memories. So it's like as if she could hear these same will of King Fritz. And once again, Ymir, by being kind, by sacrificing her existence in order to be helpful for others, etc., 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 of course, she's going ahead. Also, because now it's time to help her daughters who are going to go ahead with this curse. And of course, Ymir's duty is not finished. That's why she keeps building the Titans in order to be helpful for others. That is the leitmotif of Ymir's existence. To be helpful, to be kind, to sacrifice herself for the sake of others. I mean, all these things that are even reflecting, let's say, the Yumiru no Tami, especially the Yumiru no Tami living in paradise, because they had to accept the fact that they had to be attacked. That means being somehow kind. They had to be helpful for the sake of others. That means for the sake of the rest of the world. They had to be punished and they had to accept it. So, as you can see, this curse is repeating after 2000 years too. So it's not ending just because 100 years before there was this war in which the new King Fritz decided to move everyone away from there and put them in paradise. No, I mean, even in paradise, you see that there is this vow against the war. So it means like a sort of let's accept all the punishments that are coming. And it's a characteristic of Ymir because even Ymir was ready to accept the punishment, to be the culprit even if she was not. So see all these things that are repeating, and these things or main themes are the perfect connection. They are a connector for 2000 years and are creating the principles and the personality somehow of the Yumiru no Tami. So it's not, it's like as if this spinal fluid that we saw yesterday with this creature is moving from one person to the other one, creating like a sort of a chain. And you know that by creating this sort of a chain, by having a chain, it means that you are limited. And in fact, I mean, this was just a metaphor, but just to let you understand that this is like a curse that is perpetrated years, centuries after centuries, not just 1 year after 1 year. Even if I want to remind you this, even if it was just for 100 years, it was a terrible anyway. Um, and another reason why Ymir is still a little girl over there in the dimension of the paths is also because at that time Ymir, when she was a girl, she was thinking that in order to behave well with others, she had to sacrifice herself for the sake of others, and that's why you don't see her as a woman, but as a girl, because everything started from that moment. I mean, from that moment, she understood when she was a girl that it was good to behave like this. It was good to sacrifice herself for the sake of others. Um, and then what King Fritz says is okay. Before dying, he says Eldia will dominate with its monstrosities, and our titans will reign for eternity. Look, I liked because I like the fact that every time he's repeated this concept of eternity, uh, because actually this is what happened. I mean, even if it's not for eternity, or maybe it will be. For 2000 years, this thing worked so well, to be honest. Ah, no, look, for 1,900 years it worked because then there was this war in which Marley won, and King Fritz decided to repent himself from what happened, so he decided to retire to Paradise with all the other Yumiro no Tami. But for 1,900 years it worked. But now I open a bracket. For what I was telling you yesterday, when he's saying that these Eldians, I call them Eldia, but it's Yumiro no Tami at this point. The fact that these Yumiro no Tami are going to dominate the world and they are going to reign in the world for eternity. By saying this, I wanted to say that okay, Eren will sacrifice the rest of the world in order to protect the Paradise, in order to save Paradise only. But Paradise only, I mean, the inhabitants of Paradise are Yumiro no Tami. So somehow the result is correct. That means that Yumiro no Tami will survive and will keep reigning the world for even after the rumbling. So what's going to happen later? I mean, it's always this the most interesting question, because if later the Yumiro no Tami will go ahead. Yesterday I was talking to you about this tree, right? And the fact that when Ymir was transformed into the Shisono Kyojin, the tree was falling. That means now we will not be able to reach that place anymore, right? But at the same time, I was telling you that this creature, this parasite that is living under water, I mean, that is living as if he's making the roots of this tree, okay? Can this parasite, this creature that is embodying the devil, definitely, can it be able to rebuild that tree? I mean, you know that the devil is able to regain power somehow because it's an entity, because it's an energy, it's not a human being. So, if this creature is able to recreate this tree and this malevolent power that can destroy, that can create destruction, if I read once again the opening number 6, in which is said destruction and regeneration, you are the real enemy. You are the real enemy. That you maybe is referring to the creature, I mean to this parasite that is the real enemy. as much as see things can be reread in a different way the more we go on, because when we heard that opening, destruction and regeneration, you are the real enemy, it was referred to destruction and regeneration, or it was referred to Eren, maybe because he was going to destroy, but also maybe to regenerate, because the regeneration was the will of saving a paradise, that means to save people. So there is a sort of regeneration of the world by let some people living in the world still. Or maybe it was referring to Eren because destruction and regeneration, you are the real enemy because you are imposing who's going to survive and who's going not to survive. I mean, that sentence can be read in different ways, but reaching this point, the destruction, because this creature, by giving this power, was destroying the world, because it's thanks to this power that wars were created and the human beings were going one against the other one, because of this power only. Okay, even before, I mean, even before Eldia, this tribe was trying to conquer places, etc., 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 and they were trying to defeat Marley by themselves until they reached, they could reach this power, and they were unbeatable for many centuries. But what I'm saying is that this creature was helping this destruction of the world in a very majestic way, let's say. In fact, we are reaching the rumbling, so okay. But and the regeneration, because of what I told you some minutes before. What if this creature is able to recreate that tree by being the roots, by being something underneath this tree, and by knowing that roots are the first step in order to create a tree? Does this mean that this tree can be regenerated once again even after? And if paradise is, I mean, if the Yumiro no Tami living in paradise are the only one who are going to be saved after the rumbling, if the one or more of these people, of these Yumiro no Tami, are going to reach the tree again, Eldians, or let's call them Yumiro no Tami, are going to rule the world once again because of this power. So what King Fritz is saying is not so bad. I mean, it's not so fake. It can happen. These Yumiro no Tami that is becoming this alien empire, as much as he's saying, can definitely reign for eternity if they are the only one who will survive. If this creature is able to recreate the same malevolent and temptation once again, and if they can get in touch with the Shiso power once again, those will be Yumiro no Tami. And by being Yumiro no Tami, does this mean okay, Ymir was freed by Eren, but anyway, a part of Ymir is still inside of all of them as a Yumiro no Tami. So does this mean that Ymir is going to suffer for eternity too? Wow, this can be fantastic. If the ending would be like this, standing ovation to Isayama Sensei, because it will be an open ending, and I love open endings. But in that moment, when I first of all, I really liked the way in which you see this scene in which Ymir is repeating things over and over and over again by making the Titans, by sleeping, but making the Titans. I mean, she's falling, making the Titans, making the Titans, making the Titans, and in the meantime, these words of King Fritz are repeated over and over and over again for eternity, for eternity, for eternity, until we reach the eternity, and Eren is stopping exactly in the moment sorry, King Fritz is saying eternity. Is eternal. Yamera! I mean, he's saying, stop it! That was really awesome, but it's antithetical with what I told you so far. And at this point, I open another bracket by saying this. Yesterday, as much as the day before yesterday, I was telling you that Eren is convinced. I mean, Eren is Grisha part two. Eren is convinced that everything that he's doing is fine because of this purpose he wants to reach. And why do I say that is Grisha part two? Is because he didn't see everything based on what Zeke told him. I don't think you have seen all of it, all right? That sentence makes a sense, okay, to me. Um, so Eren is pretty convinced about what he's doing, but by stopping here, what King Fritz is saying through Ymir for eternity, Yamara, does he really think that what he will do will take him to the same frames he saw from the future? Or is he going to be condemned as much as Grisha did thanks to him actually? Is he guided by somebody else coming from the future that is as much as he did to Grisha, that he the person after Eren is showing him these frames, only few frames on purpose, in order to let him act somehow, and in order to let him feel as if he has the power to understand everything that is coming from the future. But we know what happened to Grisha. We know that what happened to Grisha is the complete disillusion by trusting some frames only that he saw from the future. So at this point, if Eren has the same destiny, that means he saw some frames from the future, but it was not all the entire vision of what was happening in the future. Maybe he also saw some frames that were convenient for someone who's coming later. And this is creating a disillusion later on Eren too, because maybe he was believing something thanks to the frames that this somebody from the future is showing him. And then when everything will be done and he has to die, I told you already, maybe he saw some frames of him together with Mika spending the time together as much as him spending the time with Armin, or maybe he thought by seeing these frames from the future that he could save himself too, that he could stay with Mikasa and his friends forever. And then maybe this disillusion appears at the end of the story when Eren has to die, but he doesn't want to die anymore because he was convinced, thanks to this frame from the future, that he was about to survive and have a peaceful life. Who knows? But at this point, if it's true what I'm saying, the question is connecting with the thoughts that I had a few minutes ago. That means if there is somebody after Eren Yeager that is controlling everything still from the future. It's like as if instead of going from here, ta 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 ta, ta we are going back ta 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 ta. So somebody from the future that we still don't know is still controlling even Eren Yeager, that pretends to control Grisha. Do you understand what I mean? And if this is correct, it means it could be correct also because in the trailer he was saying I will move forward till my death and after my death. If we follow what happened to Ymir after her death, she continued living somehow thanks to the memories of her residing in all of the descendants. If we talk about Grisha, even if he was dying, he was keeping moving forward with this cycle of pain, even after his death, of course. So, is this going to happen to Eren too? I mean, he will move forward even after his death. That means that somebody later is going to inherit part of his power, and this means that he's going to live over, I mean, that he's going to struggle even after his death by being condemned as much as Ymir was condemned. And connected with what I'm saying, maybe this person from the future, who we still don't know who that person is, already got in touch once again with this power and started everything already over and over again. So this thing is not ending. It could be. But anyway, going back to this eternity stopped by Eren while King Fritz is saying it. Wow, beautiful, beautiful. He is saying, I will finish this world. Give me your power. That means translated, if you want to use my body, I already know that you can't do it because you're dead. But your essence, your soul, your thoughts, everything you have experienced is already here, is still stuck. So it exists somehow. But you don't have the body to use it in order to fulfill the will you have. So, translated one more time. If you, Ymir, wanted to use me, if you wanted to use my body to do so, you can. If you give me your power, that means everything you have experienced so far, plus all your feelings that were repressed, I will do it for you. I mean, instead of you, I will do it. But it's like as if Eren wants to ask her, give me everything, and you can use my body to do so. Finally, you can fulfill your will. And if we see things from this perspective, once again, Ayumi Runotami, that is going to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. And these others is not just Mikasa, Armin, and all the others. In this case, Eren, by giving his body to Ymir in order to start the rumbling, he is also sacrificing himself to save her. So, for the first time, Ymir is experiencing something that has never happened to her. She was always sacrificing herself for the sake of others. But now there is one person who wants to sacrifice himself to save her. And this is something that didn't happen before to her. This is something new to her. So it's a sort of temptation too, yes. If you wanted to see Eren as an evil character, this could be true. That means that now, as much as what happened to Grisha, Eren knows perfectly the words to use. He knows how to temptate her. He knows how to get in touch with her, because by touching her, he could see everything. I mean, he could see her background story, so he knows as much as he knew Grisha's background story, so he knew where to touch. I mean, he knew the weak points to touch in order to fulfill his goal. So if you wanted to see Eren in this case, yes, it could be definitely true. But I just don't want to see Eren just like that. Do you understand? I wanted to see Eren like that, but also other ways to see this character. And the other way is, yeah, Eren is a slave of Ymir in this case, because by sacrificing himself for her sake. Okay, look, I open another bracket. You have to remember one sentence Eren is saying, always in the dimension of the paths. When he is saying, while talking to Zeke, he is paying attention more on Ymir than Zeke. I mean, he was saying, she is here all alone for all these years. But his face was not the face of, she is here alone 2,000 years. Great, I can use her. No, he was making a face as if he was feeling sorry for her, as if he was feeling pain for her. That it already makes you understand that Eren has this dualism, the way in which he's showing himself in front of others, and the way in which you can see these few moments in which you can see his face that is representing totally the opposite. More or less what happened to Mikasa too. He was showing in front of her a face that was full of hatred and stuff like that, but actually he loves Mikasa, and he really felt the pain maybe at that time by saying this, but by following the Tatakai will, he definitely didn't want to prefer his feelings instead of his actions or his will. You have to remember that Eren has a will, and it's impossible for him to go against his will because it's even more important than anything else. It's the core of his nature, so he can't betray this will, otherwise, he's going to betray himself too. And of course, these feelings throughout this story that are going to become an obstacle to this will of his are really important to him too. But he prefers to put aside these feelings that can be a damage, that can be a problem, an obstacle, as I was telling you, because the will has to emerge no matter what. So Eren is a difficult character to understand or to comprehend or to associate with, but definitely the will to make more relevant the will instead of his feelings, if the result is, from his perspective, positive. And I want to remark this: did he see all the things that he's going to make in the future? It could be yes, it could be no. But if it's yes, okay, he's really mean. Yes. If it's no, he's like Grisha. He was just trusting what he could see from the future, these a few frames that could be a hope for him. And these few frames were already tricking him, as much as Grisha was tricked by his visions too. So instead of judging Eren, I just wanted to try to find the different options that can be multiple in order to explain his character and his movements, what he's doing, what he's saying. Then, if I will reach the story and I will see that all these options that I gave were totally wrong, I will be definitely here to tell you, look, I was just wrong. But for the moment, I wanted to see Eren in a different way, not just the demonic one, but also the stupid human being who believed just for a few frames that he saw that he could change the world, but actually he didn't. Because this is what human beings are. I mean, human beings are, as I was telling you many times, selfish, but also a little bit presumptuous because they pretend to know everything when it's not true. So this is another characteristic of Eren, maybe. He is just too presumptuous to think at this point of the story that what he is doing is correct, that what he is doing is correct because he saw it from some frames from the future, but he didn't see the entire panorama. It's like a puzzle. He just saw maybe some few pieces, but he didn't see the full puzzle done, right? So by being so presumptuous to know everything, to pretend to know everything, maybe at the end it will be this puzzle that he had in his mind will collapse, will fall down, will fall apart, and the disillusion of Eren will start. Let's see. I'm really curious. Um, but anyway, by asking Ymir, give me your power, I will finish the world. That means I will be the first person who's going to sacrifice himself for you to release you from here. And at the same time, I will sacrifice myself by gaining all the guilds that it's unfair that you will have them because you are a little girl, because you suffered a lot. I saw it through your memories, and I don't want, or anyway, you can't because you're dead, but it's better if it's me who's going to end the world instead of you who have already suffered. And that's why I just need your power to do so. And if you need a way to go back to the world that you knew, and by helping you destroying the world, you can use my body because now you can't use yours. So, as you can see, it seems the pact with the devil. Yes, it seems so, but at the same time, it also seems as if Eren is now taking the responsibility of everything that happened for 2000 years, embodying it in the Shiso form, and make the consequence of all the actions for 2000 years. I mean, to embody everything that happened for 2000 years, and the result is this monster that is appearing on Earth. That is a monster collecting all the pain, all the suffering, all the dirty stuff, all the slavery, I mean, as if he's embodying 2000 years of Yumiru no Tami. And I want to say this once again. In order to do this, you need lots of courage. Because by sacrificing yourself and do this instead of other people, instead of perpetrate this forever and ever for eternity, yes, as King Fritz was saying, by interrupting these and by sacrificing himself for these, etc., 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 you don't have to forget season 3, part 2. You don't have to forget the sentence before he kissed Historia's hand. If there is no other choice rather than sacrificing myself for the sake of all the others in order to reach the change, I want to be able to do so. So the purpose is the change, but the change of what? Not the change of the world. That means not the fact that after his death there will not be wars, there will not be misunderstandings, everything will be peaceful forever, etc., etc. No, the real change is to change the way in which Yumiru no Tami are seen in the world. That means to change this slavery and to turn it into normal things. That means Yumiru no Tami don't have to be slave anymore. This is the change. To save this population, that means the Yumiru no Tami, that is a chosen population. If you read the Bible, you know what I mean. And this is the change. I mean, Eren doesn't want to end the rest of the world because he thinks that after the rest of the world is finished, other mistakes, other things, other bad things are not coming in the future. No. The real change is help the Yumiru no Tami go out from this slavery of 2000 years. That is definitely something different, okay? And then the sentence that I loved the most, to be honest, you're not a slave, you're not a goddess, you're just a person. Yes. Yes. That means if we translate this in multiple ways, first of all, you're not a slave. That means they made you think that you were nothing to this world. You're not a goddess. They thought, they let you think that you mean everything and you are so powerful to be used because of this. But at the end of the day, you're just a person, but at the end of the day, you're just like me. You're just like everyone else. No more nor less. That means, another way to interpret this sentence, you are not under somebody. You are not on top of somebody. You are on the same level as others. Another translation of this sentence, by being a person, You are allowed to make mistakes because you are a person. And by being a human being, you have limits. So, as you all know, Ymir was always condemning herself, was always becoming a slave of somebody else, and was always sacrificing herself for the sake of others because she was afraid of the punishment, because she was afraid to make mistakes. Also, because by making mistakes, she knew that she was about to create a punishment on her. And she collected, let's say, in her mind, this fear to make a bad step forward or to decide something. Because if I decide, I don't know if this is good or this is wrong. So it's better if I step back, if I obey everything that the king is saying. So I will not receive a punishment, but I will receive a praise. I mean, I will be praised. I will receive an award for this, etc., etc., etc. And by doing this, she was lying to herself. She was lying to herself when she sacrificed herself in the pig scene. She sacrificed herself every time she had to make kids and accept what the king wanted to do to her. She was accepting the fact that she had to be used by them in order to conquer a nation, Marley. So, as you can see, she was lying also to herself for the feelings that she was feeling to her daughters at this point. Because, as I was telling you, when she was hugging these little girls, it seems that she couldn't feel anything for them. In fact, her face was not having a facial expression. She was without a personality. That means that she, by lying to herself, was erasing herself. And in fact, you can't even see the eyes, for example. That is the perfect representation of the abnegation of a personality. When you are a slave, not just physically speaking, but mentally speaking. And this is abominous. I mean, no. So what Erin is saying to her by translating, keep translating that sentence, you're not a slave. That means you're not an animal. You're not a god. I mean, an animal that, okay, even if animals are not inferior than human beings, but what I'm saying, try to understand what I'm saying. Human beings are here, okay? You're not a slave. That means you're not a hunter human beings. You're not a goddess. You're not on top of the human beings. You are just a person. You are on the same level as us. So you have all the rights to choose what you want. You have all the rights to use your free will. You have all the rights to make mistakes because you don't have to be afraid of the consequences. If you follow your free will, you are determined because you are deciding for yourself. So by making this decision, you have to be determined. By making the decision, it means that you have reached the level, the moment in which nobody else can change your opinion because it's a decision. So, by being a human being, of course, you will make mistakes. Dear Ymir, you will make mistakes, but you don't have to be afraid of the result. You don't have to be afraid of the consequences. You don't have to be afraid to make mistakes and be punished because you are on the same level as us. So nobody is going to be on top of you to determine, or nobody should be on top of you determining the punishment on you. This is so important. You needed to understand this, guys. Human beings are different from animals because they can use a reason. They can think. They can make decisions. So this sentence made by Eren can be seen, as you see, in many different ways. But this is the most awesome thing that Eren is telling her. You have the power to choose what you have to do for your life. Nobody else can. You are not, but yes, you are also not a goddess. That means that you don't have to act as if you are superior than others. That means you don't have to think that you are almighty. You don't have to think that mm, you can rule on others as much as King Fritz did on her. So, by being a human being, you are allowed to make mistakes. Also, because I open a bracket, Eren knows that he is a human being, knows that he chose many times by following his free will, and the many times in which he chose to do something, he made mistakes. So he knows the limits of being a human being. But by knowing this, he's transferring this knowledge to Ymir too, to let her understand that by being a human being, you are allowed to make mistakes because this is what we are. And it's thanks to mistakes that the world can change somehow. So even Eren, by making the mistake that he's making, it's a sort of a change also in this case. Because thanks to this mistake that he's making, the world will change in the future somehow. And by having, of course, two Ackerman that can't have their memories erased, the world from that moment on will always remember Eren's mistakes too. So it will be a way somehow to change the world in the future anyway. But I hope you understand what I mean when I am analyzing this sentence. You're not a slave. You don't have duties to others. You're not a goddess. You can't impose yourself on others. You are a human being. That means, Ymir, stop sacrificing yourself because of others. Choose. You are allowed to make mistakes as much as we all did, as much as also your King Fritz did on you. So now it's your time after 2000 years of oppression, the fear to be oppressed by them. That is the same thing, the same sentence that is in season 1, episode 1, after Eren sees his mother dying. You don't have to forget these things, these small details. And you have to accept, Ymir, that by being a human being, you have limits. And we can't get rid of them because we were born in this world. We were born in a cruel world. And even if the world is cruel, it will definitely be also really beautiful. That means that your population, after 2000 years of slavery, that is, the world is cruel, it will also be really beautiful. I am, Eren, going to release, to let your population be free and to reach the sunrise, to reach the horizon, the sun, the light after all this darkness. So this sentence, the world is cruel, but it's also beautiful. You have to see it in so many different ways. And that's why I love this story. I'm trying to analyze all the multiple probabilities of this sentence. But this is one, definitely one of it. Um, and by doing what she's going to do, she's going to choose to reach what she has always wanted to reach. freedom after 2,000 years. Somebody is going to release her from there. And who is that person? The person who keeps moving forward. The person who had the courage that she couldn't have. Mm. And anyway, she was considered a goddess from the Yumiru no Tami in the future. Do you remember? Even Grisha was saying, ah, Ymir was like a goddess on earth, blah, blah, blah. Okay. She was considered a slave from the real Eldians. I want to say these once again, real Eldians. To me, to make it easy for you to understand, it means King Fritz and his tribe. Okay, she was considered a slave by them, and she was also considered a monster from Marley's side. So as you can see, nobody was considering Ymir as a human being. Nobody. But Eren is considering her as a human being, something that has never happened before. Another immense sentence that I totally like: you don't have to bow to anybody, you can decide. This is awesome because it's the first person that is telling her to choose the free will, to choose this option that was always oppressed by others, that was always suppressed by herself too, because she imposed herself not to use this free will because it's nice to behave, to be kind, to behave like a ladylike, to sacrifice herself for the sake of others, etc., etc., etc. So this means that she can't use the free will until this moment. Because now she has the opportunity to use it because somebody is telling her that she can use it. So is this a way to tempt her? Yes, it can be. Is this a way to corrupt her? Yes, but also no. Okay, if we say yes, yes, because Ymir, by following her will, helps Eren to destroy the world and to condemn other people's lives. So yes, it can be a temptation or another way to condemn her for these mistakes she's making. And maybe the punishment is not made by somebody else, but it's made by herself, on herself later. But also no, because every human being has the right to choose freely. Every human being has the right to use his or her own will, free will. And if we talk religiously speaking, I mean, a Catholic church is telling you always this. I mean, a not Catholic church, sorry. We know that God, if you believe in God, is giving us the free will to choose what we have to do. Does this mean that we will do always good things? No. We have to take into account the fact that by using our free will, we have always been free to choose what we wanted to do. Both cases can be good, both cases can be wrong. It doesn't matter. You have to choose something. So it's up to the human being to choose the good path or the wrong path. And this is the creation of sins, because if you choose the wrong path, of course you're becoming sinful, right? Or you're becoming cursed. If you choose the good path, you're going to be saved. You go to heaven. This is what religion is saying, right? But everything starts from the human being. So if you are a human being, you have the right to choose. And if you impose others that they don't have the right to choose, you are no more a human being. You are under human beings, and this is disgusting, right? So Even later, when Eren is repeating, "It's your choice. You can choose," and he's screaming. I mean, as if the more he screams, the more effective it is. But look, even if he was saying it, it's your choice. You can decide. I mean, even if the tone was not raising, but it was calm, it was really effective anyway. Because, okay, anyway, I praise Kaji Yuki because I think that his work was so great. And congrats because he won the Crunchyroll Award for the best voice acting, of course. Um, but mm, Eren, no matter if you consider him as a demon who's trying to temptate Ymir by doing what he's doing, okay, now I'm saying something that can be misunderstood, but I don't care, sincerely. Eren is not choosing, Ymir is choosing. So, once again, I want to say this, that is the same thing that I said for Grisha in the previous episode. Eren can keep telling me, for example, destroy the world, destroy the world, destroy the world, destroy the world, destroy the world. He can keep telling me this. He can keep tempting me like this. But if I don't want, I will not do it. What I'm saying is that Eren is not the culprit here. Eren didn't have any power to destroy the world if Ymir said yes, didn't say yes. So I don't understand why you think that is Eren destroying the world. Eren is just a tool. Eren is just the container. But who's acting here? Who is destroying the world? Is not Eren. Is Ymir, who's deciding to destroy the world thanks to this container that is Eren. Eren is the sacrifice, and Ymir is the action. Because Ymir decided to choose what to do with the world. Eren was just telling her to decide. But this decision could have been yes and could have been no. So if she said no, I don't want that, the story was finishing over there. Zeke was about to go on with his plan, finished. There was not the guarantee that Eren would have destroyed the world until we understood the answer of Ymir. But Ymir could have said no too. She said yes. So, who is the person who's condemning the rest of the world? Ymir, not Eren. Eren keeps asking her, choose, choose, choose. But I want to repeat you this. Ymir, by being a human being, she has the free will. So if a person has the free will, shouldn't be imposed by this temptation. If I am Ymir and Eren is coming here next to me and he's saying, give me your power, I will destroy the world, choose, choose. But if I don't want to destroy the world, I say no. If I wanted to sacrifice myself once again and I don't want to hear Eren's words, I say no. Or anyway, if I, Ymir, feel sorry for the rest of the world, I say no. But she said yes. So I understand when many people are saying, oh, Eren is the demon because he corrupted Ymir, blah, blah, blah. But Ymir could choose. And Ymir choose yes. Eren is just the container of this power. I mean, Eren is The person who sacrificed his existence, body included, yes, to help Ymir with her will. This is how I see things. And even if Eren says, I will destroy the world, yes, he will do it, but thanks to Ymir's power, thanks to Ymir's decision, thanks to Ymir's will, because without it, he couldn't. And then the ability that Eren has, the ability that Eren has to reach the goal is amazing. Yes, I mean, I like characters. I don't want to say evil characters because I still believe Eren is not evil. No matter if the colossal titans who are that are moving are going to destroy the world, no matter how many millions of people will be destroyed, I wanted to repeat this. One thing is to understand the character and love his development, and one thing is agreeing with what he's doing. These things are still they are different, and they don't match. I can like an evil character even if I don't agree with what he's doing. I can like a badass character even if I don't agree with what he's doing. So many people in the comments who are keep saying this stupid stuff without understanding what I mean. I'm so sorry for you, but what you say is not correct. Just because I like a badass character or an evil character, that doesn't make me feel evil too. Or that doesn't make me agree with what he's doing. I'm just liking the character. The character, it's something fictional. It's a character. It's not existing for real. Eren is not here next to me. It's not real. And when I say that it's not real, it's not. I'm not saying that I don't pay attention or that I don't give the right importance to the story. What does it mean? No, it's totally the contrary. Look, I'm staying 12 hours to analyze one episode. Don't you think that I give importance to the story? The point is another one. One thing is the real world, and one thing is the fake or fictional world. Now we are talking about a fake world. It doesn't exist. And even if it takes some realistic aspects, and some realistic subjects, we can analyze these subjects, but we can't take it seriously because we are talking about a fictional thing. So all the people who are saying that people who like Eren they like the genocide, you're stupid. Let me tell you, because this doesn't match with the reality. This is not true. People like me who like Eren, they like the character, its development, the way in which it was written by Isayama. You can't condemn people who like evil characters. So, does this mean that you all like Mirai in Platinum End? Oh no, in that case, Mirai was. Come on, Mirai. You should kill the other god candidate. What are you waiting for? This is hypocrisy. So people who find, or even Naruto at that time, on Naruto, come on, I prefer Sasuke, I prefer Madara. But why at that time it was correct and here it's not correct? Even Madara killed millions of people. Why Madara is okay and the others no? Why Madara or Pain or Itachi who terminate his clan? Itachi is a god character. Why? Why Itachi yes and Eren no? They are characters of a story. It's like as if we are reading a book and we say, oh, my favorite character is this because of its development, because of how it was written, because of this, because of that. It doesn't match with these stupid sentence of the genocide that you're writing in the comments. Who is saying that Eren is correct with what he's doing? Did I say it? When? Tell me. Because I have never said that by destroying the world that was the solution, or that was something that he had to do. I just said that is something different, that it was necessary. But by being necessary, I mean that if we follow what Armin was saying, that means let's use the dialogue, let's make a peaceful world where everyone can be happy. This is utopia. And this is really hard that can happen because no matter if you try to create 100% peaceful world, this can't happen even in a real world. Just this concept is good for this real world too, because we are all different. So in the meantime, by being all different, it's impossible to create, to install the same idea on everyone because we are different. That's the only thing that I said. But you are saying that people who are supporting Eren, they are supporting even extermination. No, this is wrong. People who support Eren's character, the way in which he was written by the author, the way in which he developed by turning the world upside down like this, and also his character upside down like this. There are people who like Reiner. There are people who like Mikasa. There are people who like Yelena. Okay, I like Eren as a character of a story, of a fictional world that is not a real world. So if you like Yelena, I like Eren. Is Yelena a good character? Yes, she is written very well. Do I like what she's doing? No, I don't. Eren is a good character? Yes, it is. He is. Is he written very well? Oh yes, one of the best characters ever. Is he doing the proper thing? No, because later he will also understand that by doing what he did, it didn't solve anything. And the victims were all the people who lost their lives. Yes, of course. But that doesn't make me regret by saying that I like Eren as a character. Then, by going ahead, I hope that I was clear this time because every time I have to hear these usual sentences that are meaningless. Okay, then Eren is saying, no, I finished this sentence by saying another thing. I love horror movies and I love all the evil characters in horror movies. Am I going to become an evil possessor? I mean, am I going to possess other people? Am I going to terminate other people? No. But I still love those characters. So what? Close the bracket. Eren is saying, I wanted to stay here. No, you wanted to stay here for eternity. And he remarks this eternity. Or should I finish all this? Yes, this is how to provoke Ymir. Yes, but at the end of the day, she is choosing what to do. No matter the moment, no matter the way which you are provoking somebody, it's up to that person to choose if he or she wants to be provoked or not. And Ymir, for the first time, she is coming out, thanks to these sentences, from a reality that was condemning her forever, by always feeling guilty, sorry, for everything that other people committed, and she was always the person who had to pay for this. So, from my perspective, King Fritz is the real demon of this story regarding Ymir, together with the creature, and I mean the parasite we find underwater. The reason, if you, I already explained you why I think that the creature is the main devil of this story yesterday in the other live streaming. So now I am analyzing the other demon of this story, the real other demon of this story, that is King Fritz. Okay, so King Fritz is, in my opinion, the second real demon of this story after the creature, because he promised her always to reward her if she was behaving very well by using her. She was tricked by this way of being praised, because he was saying, if you behave well, if you work well for me, I'm going to reward you. The typical things that a demon or the devil can say, to be honest. And one of these one of these prizes was his seed. And as I was telling you yesterday, the seed implanted inside of a body, it can be considered as the seed of the devil, the seed of all evil things. So this thing is matching with what I told you yesterday with the creature. And by implanting this seed inside of her, it's like the devil that is possessing her body, possessing her will, possessing her mind. That is typical, is one of the main representation of the devil, sincerely. And if we compare all these with Eren, okay, let's do a comparison with Eren. King Fritz promised her lots of awards, lots of prizes. Eren didn't promise her anything. I mean, yes, he was just saying, I will destroy the world, but it's not a promise. I mean, it can be written as a promise, but in my opinion, it's not, because that's what Eren wants to do, actually. It's not a promise to her. Then, King Fritz is saying, look, I'm going to give you my seed. That is one of these prizes. Eren doesn't give her anything. Yes, he can give her freedom. After all this, it's a great prize, a great award. Yes, at this point it can be, sure. King Fritz forced her to be a slave, and to sacrifice her own life for the sake of others. Eren doesn't. I mean, he's not telling her that she's a slave of him, and he is not asking her to sacrifice her life because she's already dead. What's left, it's just the power. So that's something different. King Fritz let her live a life that was meaningless, but in this case, Eren is saying to her the contrary. King Fritz was showing her mischievous contents or mischievous concepts. For example, the representation of love, the representation of dedication, the sacrifice, that are totally distorted, because how King Fritz behaved with her was not love, was not dedication, was not sacrifice for something good. It was just slavery, pure and all slavery. And Eren is against this, because he is saying that she's not a slave. So that's why I believe that King Fritz is the representation on earth of what a demon is. That is a monster who is wearing the clothes of a king, a clothes of a man, human being, who is trying to temptate a girl, because Ymir was a girl since the beginning. I mean, he was tempting this girl since the beginning, by doing this, by doing that, by being sure that she was going to follow his rules, because then there was the punishment otherwise. So, of course, he was trying to trick her by saying, look, if you behave well, I give you a prize instead. And the prize was the seed. Okay. Mm, he had the fun with her. I mean, he had fun by seeing her in pain, not just not just when he was saying, "You are free," and then she was not, but also when she was dying in front of him, and he was just looking at her like this by sitting on the throne, something really disgusting. And he was also not having fun, but he was making fun of her when he was cutting her into pieces. And he was saying, come on, let's make a feast here. I mean, something crazy, human torture, human sacrifice, all this bad stuff. Um, he didn't have any feelings for her, and this is another way in which we can represent a demon, because of course, a demon, by being happy or by having fun seeing other people torturing, uh, mm, it's not something good, definitely. But even the fact that King Fritz didn't have any sort of feelings, even when he saw that she was dying over there, or when she was hit by the arrows, who cares? It's fine. And also when she was eaten. He didn't have any sort of a facial expression. He was just saying, let's have a huge feast here. Let's eat everything. Crazy. Um, and yes, now I want, by saying all this and by saying all the reason why I think that King Fritz is a demon on Earth, and that's why all the people who are saying that Eren is the demon you see in that sort of book that Frida also had, in which you see this girl that in front of her has this demon trying to temptate her. I mean, trying to get in touch with her. In my opinion, that demon you see in the book is not Eren, but is King Fritz. And now, by saying this, I want to go back finally to the ending of season 2 and analyze it, because from these you can understand why I think so. So, the first scene you see in ending the number 3 is the scene of Ymir, that is this girl with by having this apple in her hands. And yes, I wanted to analyze this girl first, because yes, one of the comments of my reaction video was talking about the concept of apple. Uh, of course, if you look at it religiously speaking, the red apple is the result of the sin. I mean, is the representation of the sin. But then, following what this subscriber told me in the comment, I went searching the meaning of apple, and what does it mean. I surprisingly found that subscriber was really true by saying what she said, because the apple means fecundity, it means love, and it means also immortality. So these are three huge meanings that, if we refer this apple to Ymir, and if we refer this apple to what she did throughout her life, it makes sense. Of course, fecundity, because she had three daughters, so this is correct. Love, because she tried to give her love as much as she could to all the others, except for herself. Immortality, yes, because even if she's dead, she can go through 2000 years by the memories of all the others coming after her. And you also know that by analyzing this apple, that is the virginity, as this subscriber was writing in the comment, if the apple represents the virginity, and this girl with the apple is in front of the demon in that ending number 3, this first scene, you all know that the demon wants to reproduce itself. I mean, he as an entity doesn't want to be the only one. He wants more demons next to him. He wants to perpetrate, he wants to enlarge his dominion, as I was telling you yesterday, for the legions of demons. And this makes sense because by having 3 other kids from Ymir, he can extend his empire by creating a new generation. And also another thing that makes me understand in a symbologically way that King Fritz can be the demon is also because by reproducing himself and by perpetrating these descendants and going ahead with this empire, um, his will is passing from one body to the other one. That is more or less the same thing that I told you for the creature yesterday. Even in this case, even King Fritz wants to pass his descendants, his power, and especially the power of Ymir from one body to the other one. So this makes sense too. That means to condemn all these people coming after eternally. And in fact, even King Fritz was repeating this specific word, eternity, eternity, eternity. So this apple that this girl is having in front of her, and in front of her there is this demon. I don't think that that demon is Eren. That's King Fritz. And by analyzing ending 3, I tell you this because if you check even the context of that specific first frame of ending 3, you see that we are not in the tree of the path, in the tree of the paths over there. When this girl is giving this apple and in front of her there is a demon, you also see that the setting is a palace. And of course, you know that King Fritz was asking Ymir to build a palace for him throughout the years. So that demon you see is King Fritz, in my opinion, because that palace is the palace of the king. And if you check then in details this demon in front of Ymir with the apple, you see that he has a horn, one horn, and not 2. But this one horn, you can see it even at the beginning of this episode when you see the way in which these Eldians are coming. You see the horns on top of their helmets, but also they, if we refer of them as barbarians or as Vikings, even Vikings or Nordic populations, you know that they were using the horn to transmit the messages, to let them, to let the enemies feel the presence, or if they had to start a new attack, or if they have to encourage the other warriors behind the king, of course, or behind the main soldier, the commander. So that horn is also the horn that you see in the final Ymir representation from the past, when Grisha also was reading the book, and Ymir was having a was having a horn on her hand. And that horn was, of course, the Eldian Empire. It was this empire made by King Fritz, also thanks to her. But then you see that this demon has the beard, and it's a light color of this beard, plus even the hair is this light color. And of course, if you go back to see how King Fritz is represented in this episode, you see that he has the beard and he has the hair. And this is a light brownish hair. I mean, it's not pitch dark, it's not so black hair like Eren. So this made me understand that this first frame of ending 3, you see Ymir with the apple on her hand and the demon in front of her, but that demon is King Fritz, is not Eren, for all the things that I told you so far. Plus the apple, as I was explaining you, and thanks to the subscriber help too, this apple represents not just the scene. If you wanted to see it religiously speaking, it can be, definitely, but it also represents the way to lose the virginity, the way to create other kids after her. And by giving this apple, I mean, she has the apple like this. And of course, the demon is in front of her trying to steal the apple, trying to steal her virginity to create this population after. So, and don't forget the setting, because the setting is the palace. The setting is not the same setting in which Eren is meeting Ymir. So that's not Eren, from what I think. Then, by keep analyzing ending 3, you see that there is a frame immediately after. Look, even in this case, I checked the frame after frame and I went really, really slow so I could see everything that is depicted in this ending. But immediately after this first image of Ymir with the apple and the demon in front of her, you see a frame that is so fast. But if you check it by going slowly, you can see it. That is a body and it's all cut. I mean, you see a body that is cut into pieces. That is the same thing that King Fritz is doing. And it's another thing that makes me understand that the demon in ending 3, it's not Eren, but it's King Fritz. Um, then, by keep going on analyzing this ending frame after frame, there are these fast scenes that you can't see with your own eyes until you stop them and you analyze them clearly. You see 2 rings. And of course, you know that King Fritz was having some rings on his hand. And this makes me understand that the demon in the first frame is not Eren, but is King Fritz, because he wanted to be the king of Eldia. So usually they were using these rings even to spread their authority. Even many centuries ago in the real world, it was like this. The more ring you had, the more authority you had. And Eren doesn't have any ring. So for what we know, he doesn't. Uh, then there is the scene in which you see her so big, so giant, because she could become the Shisono Kyojin. And of course, she is against Marley because you see some warriors in front of her who are trying to stop her, to attack her. And this was really awesome because in this frame, you see even lots of lightning. Okay. And you all know that it's coming from the Nordic mythology because in Nordic. Because in Nordic, now my husband is looking at me so strangely because every time I see that a story comes from the Nordic mythology, he says, "I'm so tired to hear this sentence." See, you can hear him in the background. He's laughing hard. But we have Isayama is the guilty one because he decided to take inspiration from it. But yeah, why I tell you this is because Thor, there was this god. Oh, okay. Yeah, accept it is. Okay. Yes. Okay. Um, And what I think it's that thing, don't open it in the case. The
No,
it's something else. Okay, okay. Anyway, guys, you see that there are these lots of lightning appearing are surrounding Ymir. It can represent thanks to Nordic mythology. Yeah, you know that Thor was considered the god of lightning, and of course, we are talking about Ymir, who is another god from Nordic mythology, and but it can also mean something else. Actually, it can mean the fact that these lightning are representing the end of the world, because you know that when there is pure destruction, even in other anime, usually they are using these dark tones plus the lightning appearing. That means, wow, we are approaching the end of the world. So this was really nice somehow. In ending 3, you see this scene in particular, yes. Uh, but also the fact that makes me understand that the demon is King Fritz in ending 3 and not Eren is because he was using Ymir to conquer Marley. That means to sacrifice the life of a person and to brainwash her mentally, physically speaking, and stuff like that. That is a typical characteristic of the devil and all his demons behind him to try to possess, to try to gain these people's brains and to brainwash them, to let them think that it's something correct to do. And in fact, Ymir is doing something like this. I mean, it's good for her to keep going on doing something like this. And if this means that she has to lie to herself by doing this, it's fine because that's for the sake of others. And this is something great from her perspective. Then in ending number 3, you see another detail that is so fast. But if you check frame after frame, you can find it, and it's the number 845. That is the same moment in which Eren, of course, was already born, and he's joining Chosahedan. I mean, he's joining these training stuff that can take him to go outside the walls and discover the rest of the things. So this was really, really interesting because even from this ending, you understand the great and deep connection that Eren has with Ymir. And as I told you, it's definitely clear even throughout the episode because Ymir and Eren they have so many things in common, so many characteristics, and of course because Eren is descending from Ymir, and Eren is also not just from his own will, but also by the fact of being the Shingeki no Kyojin. The Shingeki no Kyojin comes from Ymir anyway, so there is a way to see many things in common with her. But yeah, this number 845 that is appearing in the ending, if you're not if you don't see it frame after frame, you can't see it. It's so fast, so it's really difficult. Then there is the huge detail that makes you understand that that demon in the first frame is King Fritz and not Eren, is the fact that you see King Fritz asking the daughters to eat Ymir. That it was a huge spoiler, actually. Yes, now that we think about that, it was a huge spoiler at that time. But we could have thought something totally different at that time. We could have thought, oh, look, there was a body of a Marlian who had to be eaten or something like that. I mean, we could have had a different interpretation at that time, but we definitely couldn't understand all these. But the thing that I noticed that I couldn't notice in the anime because, as I was telling you, the cannibalism, the cannibal scene was so dark during the anime. I don't know in the manga how is it, but in the anime it was pretty dark because of the censorship somehow. But in the ending, number three, you see that these three daughters who are eating Ymir, they are crying. And once again, this means a lot because if you know, even Ymir was crying, especially before entering the tree, but even at the end of the episode, you see her crying. And the fact that even her daughters are crying, it's like as if it's a connection between the mothers and the daughters, as much as these tear coming down, I mean coming out from their eyes can represent even the sadness and the pain they are feeling to eat their mothers, of course, because they are used and forced once again, as much as their mother was. But yeah, I also prefer to think that that tear is also the connection between the daughters and mothers to feel the same pain, and the way they could feel by eating her the same pain their mother felt. And that tear can also, on their faces, can also come directly from Ymir, because Ymir, by seeing, by being on the tree of paths and by seeing that she's eaten by them, she can't stop crying for that because it's something abominous, something crazy. So this powerful thing of the tears that can also reconduct Ymir to Eren, because even Eren in episode 1, season 1, at the beginning, he is waking up and there is one tear dropping from his eyes. And that one tear is the same tear you see even from Ymir before reaching the tree and also at the end of the episode. So tears now are so meaningful. People who were criticizing Eren for all the tears he was spreading in season 1 and season 2, etc., and the people who were thinking that Eren was weak, blah, 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 they have to see things now in a different way, because even Ymir was crying. And I think that that was a great connection between Eren, Ymir, but also Shingeki no Kyojin and the founding Titan, because the Shingeki no Kyojin, no matter how much he cried, he pushed himself forward, as much as this is a characteristic of Ymir, because the Shingeki no Kyojin derives from the founding Titan too. And even Ymir at that time, no matter how much she was crying while she was hit by the arrows, she stood up and she moved forward to reach the tree. So you don't have to forget all these small details too, in my opinion. Then another frame you see in ending the three after all these is these Eldian writings, or these ancient writings that you can't translate, but I think they are Eldian's writings because we see them even in the previous seasons somehow. Yes. And it's so fast, but it's passing. You see that there is a black insect. I still have to understand if that black insect in ending 3 is like a fly, but it's black. So it means something negative. It's something really bad. And this insect that is black is on top of these alien writings. It's like as if it's a omen. It's like as if it's a bad luck on top of these Yumiru no Tami, this population that is going to be condemned for 2,000 years by slavery, by being the slavery of the world, etc., etc., etc. So even this insect that is black, as much as the crows that are black, remember that everything that you find that is black in this story, it's something bad. It means something really bad. And in this ending, it was already clear, if you check the frame after frame, that this negativity was on top of this Yumiru no Tami population, and it's confirmed throughout the years. Then in the next frame of the ending, you see this attack of titans on Marley. On the other side of the shore, I mean, on the other side of the ocean, because that's Marley, actually? Or is that Paradis that is, because now we have to see things in different ways. At this point, yeah, it could be Marley because they have the armors and they are trying to defeat the Titans uh, as much as what happened 2,000 years ago. Um, but I noticed one thing. Look, now I noticed that thanks to this ending, because in the comments of the reaction video, a person was making a great suggestion. While the rumbling was starting, this person on the channel in the comment section, this subscriber was saying, "But can the colossal titans swim? Because the ocean is a pretty depth. So how can they survive underwater?" Ta 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 ta. In the frame of ending 3, you see that they can survive. You see that the Titans can go even underwater. So, my explanation, I don't know if it's correct or not, but this is just my explanation. The Titans are coming from Ymir, as Ymir no Tami. Ymir, Ymir got this huge power even before creating the Ymir no Tami. Where does Ymir got this power that she got? She got it underwater because or thanks to this creature, thanks to this parasite. Of course, these these sorry. Of course, these titans, by descending from Ymir, and Ymir by having this power from this creature, also the titans have this spinal fluid, of course, and this spinal fluid comes from this creature. So if this creature could stay underwater, even the titans can stay underwater because they have this ability. This is my explanation for this. Then, if it's correct, if it's not correct, we will see it later. But definitely, if they descend, if they have the same spinal fluid that comes from that creature, and if that creature could stay underwater, even the titans can stay underwater. I mean, this is something logical. Then, if it's denied this opinion, I will tell you in the next live streamings I will make later. Then we have another scene of ending the 3 in which you see the Marlians, of course, that they are trying to defend themselves. And you can also see from that moment, from that frame of ending 3, that there are already some colossal titans somewhere. I mean, that colossal titan, it's not the colossal titan. Okay, sorry, the bell is ringing, but my husband is going. Um, that colossal, in my opinion, was not representing the colossal titan that we know. I think that colossal over there without moving, because it was standing while you see that all the other titans are as if they are moving, okay? But that colossal, to me, it stands the huge spoiler of the rumbling coming. So, in fact, you know that the rumbling means colossal, millions of colossal titans moving. And then another frame, you see even the people, common people that are running away desperately because they are attacked by these titans. Um, at this point, we can see that scene in a different way because it can seem even the attack in Paradis at that time when it happened, when it was. Okay, don't open it. Yes, don't open it. When it was attacked at the beginning of season 1, and we all saw the desperation of people. Episode 1, season 1, we all know what we are talking about. No, no, don't open it, amore. Amore. No, 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 no. No. And it can also represent the rumbling because of course we know that the rumbling now that is marching on the other side of the ocean, try to destroy the rest of the world, is going to create lots of a panic, and it's going to make people feel so bad. So definitely, I think that can refer to both things. Um, but then there is another scene that keeps going on in ending number 3, and it's the people that okay, I didn't understand so well this scene, this frame of ending 3, but I want to analyze this scene together with you. There are people, this is just my first interpretation, then I'm going to tell you the second one, okay? There are some people who are looking, while running, they are looking at something that is so lightful, as if it's like a lighter or something. And by not just looking, but just going, okay, ahead, they are attracted by this sort of light, as if it's the light of ignorance, because they are looking like that, and behind them they have titans who are eating them. Maybe this can represent, yes, the ignorance of the population of a paradise, because by have erased their memories, they don't know, of course, what's the truth, what's the reality, the fact that they are victims, the fact that they have to be eaten because they have to repay for all the bad things that happened 2,000 years before. So is this is that the meaning of that scene, or are these um, people just running away, but you see that they can't go out from this because it's like a sort of a cage, and it's like a condemnation? It's amore, it's like this sort of a cage in which they are inside of this cage, and by being inside of this cage, it means that they are like birds in the cage. So I feel that if that's the case, of course, people can't do anything to prevent this. And sorry, let me just wait a second because I have to check one thing. I'm coming. Let me check it. Yes, don't check it. Oh. Oh. Oh, why you keep checking things that it's not for you to be checked? Okay, sorry guys, I'm saying one thing because my husband doesn't want to listen to me, especially for this case. Why you checked when I told you not to check? You checked. Oh dear, sorry. Because look, let me tell you honestly, let me tell you what's happening. Really soon it's Valentine's Day. So I wanted to present something to my husband. I told him, if a package is coming, don't check it, because if it's a present, you will check it later. No, the package arrived, he opened, and he already checked. Look, this is disrespectful, okay? Because I made efforts to buy that thing and to make it a secret, and he wants to check it. So. No, but when I tell you from here, I told you, amore, leave it over there, don't open it. Why did you open it?
I didn't remember. Did I buy something? So I have to check.
One person said, say hi to the sensor.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Hello, hello.
I have to check it. Is it wrong?
No, it's not wrong. I told you that it was coming, so you didn't have to check it. Yes, Monello. For all Italian people connected, Monello. My husband is a Monello.
In fact, I was checking Amazon.
Yes, it was not on you because I bought it from my account, not for so you couldn't discover it. Did you see it already?
It's written the Gundam Pro model
Yeah, but did you check what type? Okay, don't check it. Go ahead. Go away. Go away. You don't know, guarda, if you check it, amore, I'm not buying you any more presents anymore. Sorry for these parentheses. I'm so sorry, but look, I had to go and check. Yes, he's like a baby, okay? He wants to open everything like a tiny bambino. Yes.
No,
Yes, yes. No, amore, Hontoni, did you, Sagaste Master, did you check it, the name of the type?
I saw the logo of the
Sì.
Gundam Model series.
Okay, but you didn't see what kind of. Okay, go ahead. So I'm still safe because he didn't say. Now I have to close the box over there and to show it 2 days later. See, guys, see. Okay. Anyway, so sorry. Close the bracket, and I'm going back to ending 3. So sorry for that. So I wanted to say it once again. Yes, Andrew. Yes. See. There is this frame in ending 3. I want to repeat this because I was not focusing because of him. There was this frame in ending 3 in which you see lots of people all together. And there is in front of these people a sort of light. My 2 interpretations are, I tell it to you once again. First one, this light represents maybe the light in which people have to follow the light so they don't care about what's coming here, a sort of ignorance. And in fact, we all know that Yumi Urotami people, I mean, especially the people living in Paradise, they were ignorant, they had their memories erased, and all this stuff. So this could be because behind it there are lots of titans. The second interpretation is just that they wanted to escape and they think that that light is the light of freedom, the light of hope to go ahead and be free. They reach till over there, but they can't go out as if they are birds inside a cage. And in fact, behind they have their titans coming to eat them. These 2 interpretations can be correct too, but anyway, yes, they are spoiling something because we are at the end of season 2 at that. No, we are. Yes, we are in season 2 at that time, so it was a spoiler anyway. Then another scene you see is that there are titans. No, that one comes later, Andrew. It's another frame during ending 3 in which you see that it's after the scene of the ending in which you see that the people are running because they are desperate and the titans are coming to eat them. Immediately after, there is even this other scene that right now I don't remember if it was just a fast frame and you couldn't detect it because I checked the frame after frame. That's why I am analyzing it like this, or not. I will let you know. But anyway, there is this specific scene in which you see lots of people. Then there is a sort of light in front of these people, and behind it there are the titans trying to eat them. So you can go and check it out. If you check it maybe with the slow motion, you can find that scene too. Then there is another bad scene in which you see how titans are eating people, plus you always see a colossal at a distance. And once again, that colossal, I don't think that's the colossal Bertold, for example, but it was just an anticipation by just having one colossal over there without moving. It was just the anticipation of the rumbling coming in the future. Then you see the marvelous anticipation of the rumbling in ending 3 when there are lots of titans, one after the other one moving, and the footsteps before them, anticipating that anyway, this is a march and they have to march by going forward. Okay, then there are some frames that you have to check carefully because otherwise you can't find them. I mean, if you put the video with the normal speed, you can't. But then this frame is going in a slow motion. If it goes in slow motion, you can understand. You see war, because you see lots of people with helmets like this, and there are cannons and stuff like that. So it means war, definitely. Plus, you see the cult of the walls, all united over there, and you see even the priest that was in season two and even in season three, part one. You all know this cult of the walls, and the reason why there was this cult of the walls. That they didn't want to spread anything about it. Now we understand why. No, even after season three, part two, and season three, part one, we understand. But we understand now more than ever why. When in season two it was discovered that a titan was residing inside the walls, the priest was saying, "Please, please cover it, because if he can see the light of the sun." Okay, of course, the cult of the wall knew this truth partially, because of course if they believed that if the titans were looking at the sun, they could move, and of course you know that when the titans are surrounded by darkness, they can't move, and they thought that the walls were just protecting these thing. I mean, they were protecting for the fact that the Titans were not going to be alive and moving. This was something anticipating the rambling somehow, even if it was in from a different way, because the priest and the cult of the wolves, they didn't know, of course, that that they just needed the royal blood with the Shisono Kyojin. So that was really awesome to see these frames, plus even the priest, because we know how essential the priest was. Even when Hanji was trying to spill some info from him by saying, "Ah, can you tell me? Do you want to tell me what's going on or not?" And he refused to do so because he was agreeing with this vow of not saying anything about it. So, by being a cult, of course, you can't spread info so easily, but that was really awesome that they put in the ending even this, because this is connecting anyway with these secrets, with these things that the Paradise people didn't have to know. The fact that by having these memories erased, it was something that, yeah, it had to spread ignorance instead of truth. And we all know now more than ever the fact that it's all because of these memories erased that the Paradise people couldn't react as much as they wanted since the beginning. Otherwise, if they knew, it was even easier. Okay. Um, but this was nice to put these frames when people can't watch them, so you have to go and collect them by yourself. Okay, now there is this population that you see that is walking, and they are not so many. They are just a few people compared to the rest of the world. This is already in anticipation a great spoiler, because this refers to the people living in paradise who are going to survive, as I mean, the Yumiru no Tami, who are going to survive after the rumbling. This was a huge spoiler for us now. If you go and check it, we say, oh, no F way. Because at that time, we could think, okay, there would be this march of lots of titans coming towards them, but the people, the humanity is going to survive. No, in this case, humanity 99.5% of the humanity is going to be destroyed, and that the 5% left is what's going to survive. So this now has a different meaning. And at that time, we saw that the sun and all these people walking towards the sun as if it was the hope for the future, because now humanity was saved. But now we know that that story is totally the opposite of what's coming. But at this point, guys, I wanted to tell you one thing. If you have ever checked Moses and what he did for the population of God, Hebrew, against Egypt. And if you saw many historical movies about this, especially when Moses is opening the water in two and this population is saved, etc., 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 there are lots of similarities. First of all, I went to search better what I'm about to say right now. But these people who are walking, even if you read the Bible, it's said that this population of God is going to walk a lot. And if you check these historical movies of many, many years ago, like, okay, no, Ben-Hur, but also the Ten Commandments, all these historical movies from 50, 60 years ago, you see that there is a scene that is almost the same. There is the sun over there, and there's a population of God that is moving like this, as much as in ending three, in the last frames. And if we compare this thing with the religion, with this religion of the Bible, even the population of God was a slave of Egypt. And Egypt was a great nation at that time. I mean, it was a great ancient culture at that time, who were using these poor people for their own purposes. And it took lots of years to regain freedom from them until Moses arrived, changed the world. I mean, even by opening the ocean into two parts. But this division at that time, even in these historical movies, was considered as the end of the world. Okay, something that was changing the world forever. So you see, Moses, who received these 10 commandments from God, and thanks to them, he could save the population of God. And then this population of God is going to walk freely towards the sun. Isayama, you are a genius. Because here we have some comparisons, even if it's not the same, of course. But Egypt can be the rest of the world, or can be Marley. Moses, even if it's something antithetical to say it like this, but if you check those movies, you know what I mean, or if you check the Bible, actually, you know what I mean. Moses somehow can be Aaron. The 10th commandments that Moses received from God is Ymir's power. And as much as all these lots of years of slavery that this population that was chosen by God is struggling to be free, it can be Yumiru no Tami. Look, even the sentence Yumiru no Tami, the population of Ymir, and of course Ymir at that time was also considered a goddess. So this population of Ymir that can be considered, even if it's something strange to say, the population of God that was released by Egypt. Wow. And they walk in this scene of ending 3, they walk till the sun that is rising. And you all know that the rising sun, it means that a new day is starting, that a new day, that a new life, a new change is starting, that everything is starting from the beginning over again. Paradise, or the Yumiru no Tami living in paradise, that are without walls, that they can see the sun rising, because before they couldn't. They were confined into walls, so they couldn't see the sun rising. But now, in this frame of the ending, they already show you that they can see the sun. That means the walls will be destroyed forever. So at that time, when we checked ending 3, we thought, oh, wow, humanity wins. The walls are being defeated. That's so great. But what we see now is totally the opposite. Because we see effectively that just a few people can see the sun rising once again, as if a new era is starting from that moment on. And there are no walls because the rumbling started, and these walls are automatically defeated by themselves. Instead of being smashed down by human beings, they are smashed down by Eren, who caused the rumbling. And then by going on with the ending, because it's still not finished, you see a flower. I mean, flowers, sorry. Flower that is almost the same flower that you see every time Eren and Mikasa are together. That is the same flower that you see even in ending 7, when Eren is walking towards the sun. Yes, do you remember that? And look, it means, once again, no matter if Eren made something wrong by destroying almost the world. Yes, I don't want to repeat this because it's obvious. But why Eren doesn't want to do so is because he wants to protect his family, his love, and of course, listen this. Now I tell you another thing. The world is cruel. I'm destroying the world, but it's also really beautiful. I'm destroying the world to save you, Mikasa, who you are, my family. But now Mikasa will also feel guilty. I mean, to Eren, Mikasa, and Armin, and all the others means more than the world. Oh, this sentence doesn't have to be translated in other ways. It's literal. I mean, those people to Eren means more than anything, more than the entire world. And in fact, we will see it. But Eren is destroying all the world just for few people. And these people, especially Mikasa, because Mikasa, of course, is the love of his life, but let's call Mikasa only, okay? But Mikasa will feel the guilty. I mean, she will feel guilty because it's thanks to her existence that the world is destroyed. I mean, Mikasa will feel so guilty at the end of this story, in my opinion. Because it's because of her existence, who was supposed to be the beauty of the world, that this world can turn into cruelty. Wow. I mean, if we put ourselves in Mika's Armin and all the others who are going to survive, I have to go ahead with this feeling of guilt because my friend decided to destroy the world to save me. What a F responsibility that I have. And of course, if you see things from this perspective, it's something abominous, yes. But we don't have to forget what Eren said during the sunset scene, because during the sunset scene, he was clear. You are really important to me, more than anything. And more than anything is the rest of the world. But now we have to try to check this story also from the perspective in which I'm telling you right now. That means Eren, when I was telling you that Eren was searching his freedom, and by destroying the world, he could have reached it. At this point, my idea about this is decreasing a little bit because Eren, if what I told you at the beginning of this morning will not be free, and it will always be stuck in this earth, in this planet of Shingeki no Kyojin because he has a place to return to even after death. That means Mikasa, so he's stuck in this world anyway. Plus, if what I told you this morning is right, that means that Eren, no matter what, he has to move forward after to his death, and even after his death, it means that after his death, maybe somebody else is coming after Eren who's controlling everything, and it means that he's still condemned. So he will not be able to search his freedom anyway. At this point, I'm still believing that Eren is sacrificing himself because he wants to save the dearest people of his life. Yes. He knows that he has a time limit. Yes. But at the same time, reaching this point, he wants to help Ymir by sacrificing himself to let her reach, if he can do so, to reach her freedom, or at least the freedom once for all of this population of Ymir who was enslaved for 2,000 years. And this is another way to say this story. It changes a little bit. Anyway, after this flower, we see in the ending number 3, you see even a bird, as always, flying towards the sun. That's Eren, of course, because even in ending number 7, he, as a human being, he's walking, moving forward to reach the sun. Even this bird is moving forward, reaching the sun. So, of course, that's Eren. But it's also this bird that seems that he is guiding this population towards the sun. So, as you can see, this is another great meaning because it's like as if Eren, by releasing this Yumiru no Tami, he is conducting all this population to freedom, to the sun, to the horizon that is infinite. Okay, you can't reach the horizon. You will never be able to reach the horizon even if you try. So that search for freedom can be the search for freedom for eternity, because of course by going towards the sun you can't touch the sun. You can try how much you want, but you can't. So is this a good premonition or a bad one? Does this mean that finally these Yumiru no Tami can walk freely without walls, without anything, and they can reach the sun by being guided by this bird that is Eren? And this means that they will be able to have freedom forever? Or it means that this population, guided by the bird that is Eren, who destroyed the world, who committed lots of crimes, and he can transmit these crimes even later after his death. These people who are trying to reach the sun, that means freedom, but freedom can't be touched because they can't reach the sun anyway. So is it a bad curse that something like this is going to last forever? This is so great because it's a free interpretation, as always. So this ending already anticipated lots of stuff, to be honest. Why do I say this? This is something bad to say. I know that what I'm about to say right now is something that is going to be disliked, disapproved, whatsoever, but I have to try to check this story and see how it goes. When I was telling you before that Eren can be seen Okay, I don't know how to explain myself in a different words. With Moses, who's trying to free his population, the population of God. If we say that Aaron is going to sacrifice himself to save his population, to let his population be free from their sins, the same sins that the Yumiru no Tami had for 2,000 years, blah blah blah. Oh, it's like Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ was going to sacrifice himself thanks to the power of God to free his population from the sins, from all the sins. This is a little bit, of course, there is a huge difference, because Aaron is going to exterminate the rest of the world. Jesus Christ didn't do something like this. But there is this small connection with the religion anyway. And even in that case, was God who decided that Jesus Christ had to die over there by being crossed. So even if this is something bad to say, because they have two different paths anyway, but it's a great similarity, unfortunately. And there is a problem in this ending because you see this bird trying to take these people to the sun. La la la. This is so beautiful. But in the frame after, you see these people coming out from the soil. Yes. Oh, yes! Okay. Buy it also for me. Thank you. Thank you so much. You see these people coming out from the soil. I mean, from the ground. What does that mean? If we follow opening 6, you see this thing. Does this mean destruction and regeneration? You are the real enemy. Even in that frame, maybe it means that things will not be over. I mean, even from that frame, Yumiru no Tami will survive. If that creature is going to recreate the tree, and if thanks to that creature, we can start the curse all over again, always with the Yumiru no Tami at this point. Always with the Yumiru no Tami. So Ymir created a curse not just for 2,000 years, but to eternity. Because even if Eren tried to save the situation, let's say, to save this Yumiru no Tami, and this Yumiru no Tami will be cursed once again if somebody of these Yumiru no Tami who are left can get in touch with the creature one more time. Other wars, other things, etc., etc. Oh, if we check it realistically speaking, it means the message of this story should be: we have never learned from history. And then, at the end of this ending, you see that there are 9 titans and a cross on Ymir. Very beautiful, because it's a great. Let me see if I can. Did I write it? I hope so. Otherwise, I'm going to tell you once again. Yes, I said it during Eren's speech. Okay. No, because it has a connection with the population of God that I told you before, so that's why. You see a cross on Ymir. Cross on Ymir, that means you're condemned forever. Cross on Ymir because she was eaten and she was cut into pieces. Cross on Ymir because in that frame in which Ymir, she seems like a goddess. The cross on Ymir because she's not a goddess. So as you can see, that cross can symbolize lots of things. But definitely this ending was so meaningful and was full of details that we should take into consideration. Because by going back, we have this great ability. We can analyze. And I'm still here after 3 hours that I still have to finish lots of stuff. And look, this live streaming will be endless. I already tell you. Look, I don't know how much I have to talk still. But okay, so close the bracket. Now we go back to Eren and Ymir. And he's saying to her, choose. It's your time to choose. But by having all these considerations that I made after the ending 3, can Eren be the temptator? I mean, the person who's temptating Ymir at this point? Yes, he can be. Definitely. Why Eren can be this sort of temptation, demonic temptation? Because, look, if we wanted to see Eren in a good side, we see Eren who is kind as much as Ymir was kind, who is ready to sacrifice himself as much as Ymir was trying to sacrifice herself for the sake of others. This means for the sake of Eldians, for the sake of Yumi no Tami to be survived, etc., etc. Or these, okay, this that I said so far, it's if Eren took more from Ymir than King Fritz. But if Eren, by descending by the two of them, took more characteristics from King Fritz, who I think that is the demon we see from the beginning of ending number 3, Eren is doing this to save the Yumi no Tami, to be able to have them all on Earth, only them on Earth, because those Yumi no Tami will never stop to be sinful. And at the same time, these Yumi no Tami can go ahead to dominate the world forever by creating sins, by creating wars, by conquering this planet of Shingeki no Kyojin. And this is the will of King Fritz, actually. And what should I do in order to do so is to try to connect with the slave who was really attached to King Fritz. And by attaching myself to her and by knowing all that happened to her life, I really know very well how to touch her weak points and how to reach my goal. So as you can see, you don't have to forget that Eren is coming from King Fritz and Ymir together. So we have to decide if we have to, otherwise it's the same. If Eren, by doing what he's doing, he is trying to save the population of Ymir because poor them, they were slaves for 2,000 years, or let's save them so they can dominate the world and nobody else can contrast this. Both of them can be corrected, actually, yes. But why Eren can be a temptation to Ymir as much as he was a temptation to Grisha. So is Eren the sort of a reincarnation of King Fritz? Yes, because anyway, he is descending from him somehow. The sperm was King Fritz's sperm. That was the seed of all evil things. Remember this. So, and this is a great thing. Okay, but anyway, how Eren can be a temptation to Ymir because he is hugging her. And he's saying the proper words to her. The words that he knows that they are weak points to her. He's encouraging her by choosing something always connecting everything with her weak points in order to convince her somehow. And of course, he saw these weak points of Ymir because he touched her. So he knows her memories too at this point. By hugging her, he could get in touch with them. He helps Ymir not to feel lonely anymore. And this is a great point because she was always alone for 2,000 years, or for more than 2,000 years, since she was born at this point. So, and then I wrote exactly what I told you so far. That means that by descending from Ymir and the King Fritz, this means that some of the two parts, genetically speaking, can predominate. And what if it's predominating King Fritz's side instead of Ymir's side? So this seed of this seed of evil things that is coming from King Fritz was installed even in him, because he's descending from him somehow. Also, because another thing is that he made the same thing on Historia too. He seems that he's protecting her, but at the same time, he forced her, maybe, to be pregnant. And it's the same thing that King Fritz did with Ymir. So, and it's a way also to perpetrate the Ymir no Tami. That is something that you shouldn't forget. And those the plan was to make other kids, so she also Historia could have been eaten. So, but okay, these were all the reasons why Eren can somehow control Ymir or force Ymir to do something. Not force, but convince. But on the contrary, now I'm seeing the opposite side. As you can see, I am analyzing all points of view, not just the one. But also Eren, we have to say that he has some human instincts anyway. So he can't be the demon for this reason. I mean, he is sinful. He is selfish. He wants to save just the people he wants. He is weak, because remember what Frida said, I don't want to give this power to other people because people are weak and they can't control this power. He is also thinking about Ymir and he feels sorry for her, as I was telling you previously in the previous episode, 2 episodes ago. He was minding about Ymir more than Zeke. Okay? But if we have to analyze all these human instincts of Eren, or all these feelings that Eren has, we stay here until the day after tomorrow. So you already know what I mean. When throughout this episode he's making these faces that are not just the simple faces of a person who doesn't have care, but he knows what he is doing somehow. He doesn't know everything, maybe from the future, that he saw from the future, but he is conscious of what he is doing now and what this thing is going to take him to. He makes lots of mistakes because he's a human being, yes. And maybe he's making all these mistakes as much as Grisha made lots of mistakes by thinking that that was the right thing to do. So, like father, like son. He is also a slave of something. This means he is a slave maybe from another Eren coming from the future that is survived after the rumbling. Maybe he is a slave because he's searching for his freedom. Maybe he's a slave of everything because he's a Ymir no Tami anyway. So by descending from Ymir, he is condemned to be slave of something, as much as the main owner. And also because now he is a slave of this power that Ymir has. he is also making her choosing. So this thing anyway makes Eren being seen as someone who is not evil, as I was telling you before. Now I'm just analyzing all of the things that Eren has that are that can seem good, because before I analyzed all the bad things that he can do to Ymir. So I'm equal, okay? He makes Ymir choose. So as I was telling you, it can be yes, but also no. It's up to Ymir at the end of the day. I think that at this point, for Eren, it could have been Yumi no Tami, or just saying Yelena no Tami. Sorry that I say something like this, or just to find a name that was different. But if Eren found out that that population was enslaved for 2,000 years, was humiliated, was tortured, and stuff like this, I think that it doesn't matter if it was Ymir or another girl. It's the principle that matters, to let this population be free forever. And so it doesn't matter if that's Ymir. It could have been Ymir, it could have been another person. It doesn't matter. It's the concept that matters for him, maybe. And to praise Paradis, because Paradis was become ignorant, was tortured, was molested, was threatened, was attacked, was deprived, was by everything. I mean, Paradis was the tool of entertainment, the tool of joy for other people who wanted to conquer them. No matter what happened 2,000 years before, we are talking about Paradis who are living even now. So we don't have to forget this. He feels something, and King Fritz didn't feel anything in many circumstances. But Eren feels, still feels love, still feels protection, the will to protect. He still feels the will of friendship. He's so loyal to this. So he still feels something. And he feels also regrets. So he feels guilty for what he did, even to Grisha or to the people who terminate of the race base. So he feels, definitely, he feels. But let's analyze 1 second the sentence of the opening. All I really wanted to do was do right things. I never wanted to be the king. I swear. Look, this is antithetical, because Eren is going against the vow of war, but in the opening, I never wanted to be the king. I swear. I mean, wow. Okay, this opening was stunning. Okay, but he never wanted to be the king, because actually he will be sacrificed. Yes, in fact, the queen is Historia, and he doesn't want to become the king of anything. And he always tried to do good things. All I ever wanted to do was do right things. We can interpret this sentence over and over again. It can mean all I ever wanted to do was do right things. That means to collapse the rest of the world and let Yumi no Tami survive, because we have to dominate the world. I never wanted to be the king because I don't care to be the king. I am a demon. It could be. Or all I ever wanted to do was do right things. I thought that by exterminating lots of people, except for Yumi no Tami, was to do something good. I never wanted to be the king. Actually, yes, because I just wanted to protect them. I knew that I was about to die, let's say. All I ever wanted to do was do right things. Referring to Ymir, for example. I wanted to let you free. I wanted to let you decide. I never wanted to be the king. I didn't want it to be like that the King Fritz who forced you to do something like this. So as you can see, We can give lots of interpretation of this story or of the openings, the endings, whatsoever. It's up to us how we can read this story. There is not a manual that is telling us, look, you have to think something like this. In Shingeki no Kyojin, the only option is this. No, there are multiple, thousands of options here. So Zeke, on the other side, feels that Eren is doing something bad right now. And he feels as if he's a huge, big deal. And Zeke is making the other mistake once again. Obey to my orders! Zeke. No. Okay, look, even if I put myself in Zeke's position, and he said that sentence because he was desperate, because he knew from his father that if Eren would have gone on, he could have destroyed the world based on what his father told him. He didn't even want to have the world destroyed by himself because Zeke's plan was totally the opposite. So I know that from his desperation, he wants to say this sentence because there's no other choice, because it's necessary, once again. But the problem is that that sentence is so wrong. You can't convince Ymir anymore, especially after saying that sentence. And this can connect to the opening once again. While there is a royal bloodline ordering, like a King Fritz, to Ymir to do something like this, Eren is responding by saying, "I didn't want it. I never wanted to be the king." That means without imposing you, I let you choose. That is something that the king didn't do. But Zeke, by saying this, is perpetrating the problem. He's perpetrating the mistake. And if Eren probably didn't destroy the world, we could have reached a moment in which even, unfortunately, the rest of the world could have thought about Paradise the same way as before. Some population to stay under them. It was good that they had to stay under them. We will never know. We will never know how the story would have been if Eren didn't destroy the world. But definitely with Zeke's plan, Yumi Runotami once again would have been the slave of the rest of the world, because they were sacrificing their own existences for not to procreate anything, for not creating other new generations for the sake of the rest of the world. So if we follow the Zeke's plan, that population could have not been released from slavery in any circumstance. And then Eren that is saying to her, "Is that you who took me here?" Yes. 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 It was her. Because Ymir, since season 1, episode 1, while Eren was sleeping next to the tree, and those lots of leaves represent even the lots of paths that they were created at that time, even if the tree is different, but is meaningful. Ymir could find in Eren all the courage she didn't have. Ymir in Eren found the way to rebel to the royal bloodline. That means, in her case, to rebel against King Fritz and all the people who let her become a slave. In Eren, she saw the will to move forward. That was the same will for her to move forward after she was considered free from the King Fritz. Even if she was hit, she kept moving forward until, unfortunately, she found the hell after hell. She found that tree. But she found a person who was born like this. A person who was definitely different from all the others, or different from the other Yumi no Tami, who were accepting their fate also because their memories were erased, but he was different because he could collect the shiso and he could reach her because he was not giving up. He was moving forward. So this was the difference that made Ymir try to get in touch with Eren and take him over there till that point. Or maybe she chose Eren also because because he was having a part of her own existence, the Shingeki no Kyojin, and by having this characteristic, she wanted to regain it because maybe that was the most powerful characteristic of all the other Titans, and this was wow. Um, so from one side I think that Eren preferred to sacrifice himself also to try to find a way to free her after 2000 years and to being used because Ymir, by choosing this, she will use his body, his container, to destroy the world. So I think that when Eren is saying, "Did you waited for all this time forever?" It means I think you hoped that someone could have rebelled after 2000 years or throughout the 2000 years from this hell that she, thanks to her own will, created somehow. Because let's say that Ymir felt also guilty for everything that happened even later. After she got in touch with that creature in the tree, she was creating this curse automatically. I mean, guys, if Ymir that day if Ymir didn't go inside that tree that day, things would have been so different, don't you think? But it was her own will to go inside of it. She was like I don't want to say attracted by that darkness, or it was even yes, as I told you yesterday, a way to protect herself from the warriors coming to try to see if she was dead or not. But it was her will to go inside the tree that day. Nobody else decided for her. So that was her free will, as much as it was her free will to be the guilty girl who opened the gate of the pigs. She decided to say yes that day to the King Fritz. So maybe by knowing this, she also condemned all the rest of the people coming after her because of that decision. Because if she said no to the pigs, it was no. So she was not said that she was free, and she would not reach even the tree. But she said yes, and she also said yes when she decided to enter that tree. So she was waiting maybe for somebody who could come to reach her, because this person could have rebelled to all the slavery that she automatically also created. And that made her feel so guilty for all these generations coming later because of her, that they could have had the same treatment because of her choices at that time. And then, of course, you see that Ymir is choosing. Ymir is choosing to destroy this world. I tell you my opinions about this too. She decides to destroy the world because she feels also guilty for what she has done to her population. So she wants that her population is going once for all to reach freedom without her, and once for all also because of her this population found just slavery by following what she was, because she's the origin. She said yes because she was so tired to be humiliated because she was treated as a slave with no personality, with no reason, with nothing. She couldn't even choose. Was this because of King Fritz, or because she decided to stay under King Fritz by saying yes after the pigs thing? Anyway, she feels guilty anyway, but she is tired of that world as it is, because that world somehow condemned even her population too. So this world, in her opinion, has to end. And I remark this. She said yes. So even if Eren later is going to destroy the power is Ymir's power. She accepted. She said yes. So the real destroyer of the world is not Eren, is Ymir, who chose to pass this power to Eren. And Eren is just the container. He is just the external part, but the inner part is Ymir. And Ymir is choosing to start the rumbling, not Eren. So Ymir is choosing to destroy the world, except for, okay, later is Eren deciding to choose to save Paradise only, to save Yumiru no Tami. But the thing, the connection and the ability that Eren has comes from Ymir, because Ymir, by opening her eyes, is deciding to destroy the world thanks to a container that is Eren. And the eyes Ymir is showing, finally, her facial expression, it makes her feel alive again. Now she has opened her eyes. And this is a philosophy, okay? This is, as I told you, the Plato's cave, or the veil of Maya of Schopenhauer, the disillusion, the will to come back, the reality that is portrayed finally, the way to escape from this domination of thoughts, or these fake things that they were going in front of your eyes, the way to reappropriate yourself, your own personality, your brain, your thoughts, everything. In fact, Ymir's mouth is like this, is angry because she was suppressed for 2,000 years and she couldn't rebel at that time when she was eaten by her daughters. Is angry because of everything that happened for 2,000 years to her population. Is angry to herself maybe too, because it's thanks to her that we reached this point. She's angry because she was always under others when she couldn't choose. She's angry because she gave all her kindness for the sake of others, and this is how they repaid her. These eyes who are crying once again because she remembers the pain, all the pain she felt when she was hit from behind by those cowards who were having fun by seeing her in pain. She's crying for all the times she submitted herself to others, thinking that was the good thing to do, but it was not. She's crying because she preferred to abandon herself for the sake of strangers, by lying to herself, by betraying herself, by threatening herself because of the sake of others. She was humiliated. She was humiliating herself by doing this. So, as you can see, guys, she was deprived by her own freedom that day when she was attacked and she was reduced as a slave. I mean, guys, all these mixed feelings that Ymir is revealing at the end, and all this power that is flying through Eren. I mean, through the body of Eren, because you see the rest of the body of Eren and the head of Eren, and there's a spinal fluid that is the same spinal fluid we saw from the creature at the beginning. Or maybe it's like as if Ymir, by getting in touch with this power thanks to this parasite could go inside Ymir, of course, and this parasite now who stays inside Ymir is ruling her by making her become a slave once again of it. Wow. See, we can see this story in so many different ways, but it's all so beautiful. And there's a spinal fluid. There is a hint that makes you understand that here, the ruler, it can be Ymir, because she chose to pass this power to Eren. But the ruler here is that parasite, that creature that since the beginning is passing from one person to the other one until this creature reached the final, its final goal. That means to destroy the world. Because this creature, this parasite, is mean, is the core of everything, the malevolent everything. So it's like as if, yeah, humanity is not winning here. That creature is winning. And humanity is just the playground created by this creature who's having fun by seeing the world being destroyed, and the victims are just the human beings who are defeated, corrupted, consumed by this power. and then we see this rumbling starting, this rumbling that is affecting everything, these tones of the colors that is majestic. Good job, Mappa. You made us feel what's hell on earth. Good job to Kota Yamamoto for these Footsteps of Doom, this OST that is starting since you see, yes, because Zeke is saying, I am the royal bloodline. I mean, you have to follow me as much as you did for 2,000 years. And after that moment, there is the slow motion. And these footsteps of the doom under, I mean, as a background music, something that is anticipating something epic, the end of the world. And I loved this OST because when you feel this music, it's something evil, it's something bad that is about to happen. It reminds me even the Lord of the Rings when you see that Gandalf was attacked by a demon, by Balrog. Do you remember? And the Balrog that was a demon of ancient times. And even in that case, when Gandalf was descending deep down, there was this music. So every time there are these tones in music, it makes you understand that something bad is about to happen. But anyway, good choice of the slow motion, the music, the tones of the colors when all the walls are broken, as if bombs, mines are over there exploding, and the world is already trembling somehow. Then you see all these other characters looking at what's going on because they don't understand. Gabi, who is speechless, looking at these walls that are descending, that they are moving, that they are ending, because these are the end of the walls. Bye bye, Maria. Bye bye, Rose. Bye bye, Sina. Now everything is free, everything is open. And wow, even the moment in which before transforming, before Eren transforms, Zeke is, you see Zeke, because we go back to the moment in which the head of Eren was cut, and Eren is moving the pupils. Wow, that moment is now I'm here. I'm going to destroy everything. The presence that is still there, that this movement of the eye was simply scary, because it means, okay, here he comes. But then you see Zeke, that is like, he is surrounded by these things, as if this spinal fluid is still going around him somehow, and he's disappearing later. That's why I don't understand. Zeke are still alive. I think so, because I don't think that a character like Zeke can be defeated, can be finished like that. Okay. And also because I still hope that Levi is going to cut his head, because that's the promise anyway. And you know that Levi is not going to break the promises he's making. So I can't wait for that moment too. But anyway, this moment in which everything is collapsing, and you see this head of Eren that is becoming like a skull, because it's going to transform into this immense titan. That, if you, let me tell you one thing, the Titan of Ymir, when she was transformed the first time by touching the tree, by entering the tree and by getting in touch with this parasite, the result, the Titan, yes, was enormous, but it was not like Eren, when now he is transforming into the Shiso. There is a huge difference. Now that the Titan is super enormous compared to Ymir at that time. And does this mean, as I was telling you many times, that Eren is embodying, as I was telling you, all the bad stuff? It's like as if he is a giant, as much as the 2,000 years of slavery, the 2,000 years of pain, suffering, threatening, bad choices, everything. As if he is the personification of all evil things that happened throughout the 2,000 years: war, rebellious attitudes, revenge, malevolent feelings, temptation, slavery. Okay, Ymir is passing him, because he's the container. I want to tell you once again, but it's so enormous because Ymir is transmitting all his power, but this power is enormous because of all the feelings she felt for 2,000 years. And these feelings she felt, she could feel them because a piece of her was descending generation after generation throughout the Yumi no Tami. And it was like as if she was also living after her death, yes, because she could live through the memories of all the other Yumi no Tami coming later. And it's like as if it's a curse. Look, that's so awesome. That's so awesome. I really like all this scene. This episode was simply stunning. And yes, I forgot that before all this, Eren is also saying, you waited 2,000 years that somebody could come here. And I wanted to say another thing. In that moment, Ymir is hugged. And okay, we can say, as I was telling you before, that this is a pure temptation. I wanted to say that maybe Eren is the evil stuff that is trying to condemn Ymir. I wanted to say everything like this, yes. But I also wanted to say, thank you, I also wanted to say that when Ymir was hugged like that, she was receiving the hug that she could have never had before. And for Ymir to wait for a person after 2,000 years of loneliness and this person is hugging her. Wow. I mean, if I put myself in Emir's position and I feel hugged after 2,000 years of slavery, after 2,000 years of pain, suffering, loneliness, um, sacrifice, and if I am hugged, I think that a hug is meaning something undescribable. And Eren was hugging her so tightly. And if we wanted to see Eren as the human being who's still feeling something, I think he feels so sad for her because she was just a girl and she was not in the she didn't deserve this because she was a little girl, and because of what adults were causing on her, she was cursed. And I wanted to say this over again. Remember Sasha's dad speech. It's because of adults that all these things are happening. So until adults will stop all this and will change the world in a different way, the new generations will automatically be condemned because of this forest. So I think that Eren, by hugging her, was also thinking, look, you were a little girl and you had to pay for all this because of adults, because adults let you become a slave, and they were taking away your freedom. But also, not just the fact that he's hugging her, but look at the eyes of Eren while he's saying those sentences. Look at the eyes of Eren while he keeps hugging her. Those are not the eyes of a person who is just demonic. I think those eyes were the eyes of a person who really feels sorry for her. And also sorry for all the things that he's about to do next. Because I repeat you, Eren knows that he's going to destroy the world thanks to Ymir's power. So he knows the damage that he's going to create. But his will is more important to him. His will matters more than anything else. So even if he can feel sorry, at the end of the day, he is still feeling all the regrets of what he will do in the future. And it's antithetical because he feels already the regrets for something that is happening for in the future. Wow, even this case is crazy. Okay. So Ymir from Eren receives comprehension. She was listened. She was hugged. She could finally touch somehow that freedom she couldn't reach last time 2,000 years before. She finds no orders, no impositions, but free will. And if we stay on her point, I mean, if we check everything from her point of view, a sort of affection, the same affection that she was seeking but she couldn't have, or maybe the same affection she saw at that time when she was seeing the king kissing the other woman with the white petals falling down. Do you know that's a sort of affection too? And she was waiting for this moment for such a long time, but she couldn't have it. So all these mixed feelings could cause her to choose yes instead of no. But let me tell you one thing, another thing. I don't think that Eren is a demon. Also, because a demon doesn't want to sacrifice himself for others. A demon is proud of what he is doing, and he is satisfied with what he is doing. And Eren, by making that face, is not satisfied at all. He's regretful instead. But yeah, a demon doesn't want to sacrifice himself for others. He prefers to dominate on others, and he prefers that other people or other creatures at this point are going to sacrifice themselves for him. So um, I don't think that's the case, sincerely. Um, and these expressions, yes, Emira is having at the end is like the drop. In fact, she's crying, right? But it's like as if this drop is falling in this ocean, the last hope, the last drop for this ocean, and then this ocean is going to explode. Okay, the last drop that is making the vase trembling. Okay, something like this. So the power of this drop, the tear. Remember the power of this tear. That is the same tear that Eren is having in season one, episode one. That means that even Eren is cursed. That even Eren has to follow this because he saw it from the future, and also because that tear is anticipating that uh, it's anticipating the destruction of the world. So please pay attention on that tear because it's really meaningful. No matter all the tears you see, and no matter all the times you see Eren crying through the seasons, that tears, those tears have a meaning. Sorry, I'm just reading my thoughts to see where I reached. Mhm. So, is Ymir free forever? Hmm. Are we sure? I'm not, because of all the things that I told you so far. And in this explosion, you see that there is this lightning, enormous lightning, okay, appearing, like in the case of Ymir when she was transformed into the Shiso the first time, but also the same lightning of all the times that Shigashina was attacked, the Trost. I mean, the usual lightning, but this lightning is super immense that is going to let the earth tremble. That means, wow, something that we have never seen before. The walls are broken. Mikasa, Armin, and Pick are getting in touch with this reality because they were fighting for other stuff, and then they they are in the middle of all these moments in which the walls are breaking and they are falling. Even John, Connie, Flock, Gabi, they are realizing these. Even Reiner, who later tries to protect Gabi because of these. And wow, this is like an apocalypse. The perfect scenario of the apocalypse. And you all know, if you follow the Bible, that the apocalypse is the moment in which the devils are coming on earth to destroy the world once for all. So, definitely, it's like as if this story has more biblical connections than any other stories. Look, at this point, we can reach. I don't want to say the same level of Evangelion, but you should think about that. Mm, then there are flames everywhere. There is the sky that is a pitch red, that is announcing you that something is definitely wrong and it's coming. And then there is this wave, okay, that is appearing in the same moment in which the walls are breaking, and this wall of this wave that is seems like a wall that is going to destroy everything that is getting in touch with. It's like a tsunami, right? And this wave, it's like as if it's represented by all the suffering, all the fear, the terror, the pain, the tortures, the disillusion and the disappointments, the regret, the guilt, the dirty, part of the world, everything. This wave is representing the end, and the personification of all these bad feelings that are going to destroy everything that is encountering. That is also reflecting this wave, all the feelings of Ymir, all the feelings that Ymir felt throughout the 2,000 years. And these feelings are becoming concrete, are becoming real with this representation of the wave, as much as all the breaking walls, everything. Okay, this moment, it was simply stunning. I remind you this once again. There is Eren transforming, and I told you this is becoming like a skull. And in fact, even later we see that these okay, comparing with the Ymir's Titan, at the beginning of the episode when she transformed the first time, her bones here coming out from her giant body structure were little. But now with the Eren's Shiso Titan, you see that these bones are creating a huge skeleton. That means that these 2,000 years now, they are having a concrete representation more than ever, with these bones that are coming out perfectly, and as if this skeleton is made. I open this bracket. This is also a way to see these things in a different way. That means this creature, when it got in touch with Ymir, couldn't develop the entire skeleton, but just the beginning of it, because it was the beginning of this parasite existing inside Ymir, while Eren, by reaching the Shiso power, he's creating this skeleton, as if this parasite who got in touch with Ymir 2,000 years before, now it can have this final form, and this creature could reach its goal by making a skeleton, like the structure of this parasite that after 2,000 years could reach the final and ultimate form, and could reach the goal it wanted. Since the moment it got in touch with Ymir, that means to spread evil things throughout the world. It could be. Reiner tries to save Gabi. As always, Reiner is a good heart boy, man. And I like how much Reiner wants to sacrifice his life to save Gabi. That is one particular characteristic of Yubiro no Tami, to sacrifice myself for the sake of others. And then you see the colossal titans who are awake, and they start moving. I wanted to praise Mappa for all these too. They made a great job. And they are moving externally speaking. I mean, they wanted to go on the other side of the ocean. And for this reason, you see a protection that these colossal are doing compared, I mean, regarding Paradis. They are protecting Paradis. They are not attacking them. So you see these colossal titans that you understand that they are going to reach the other side of the ocean. Definitely. And Mikasa starts asking herself what's going on, because she's seeing this immense creature appearing in the same place where Eren was at that time when the head was cut. So Armin, in the meantime, is trying to explain her everything that is happening. He's saying to her that that's Eren. But Mikasa is not hearing. So during the reaction, I was saying, why she's not hearing? But because later I understood that this trembling, this rumbling was creating lots of noise, as if the earth was going upside down. It was a trembling, it was a shaking, the typical sound that you hear even for earthquakes. You hear do, 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 and you hear this noise that is not making you feel anything around you, the surrounding you, because you can't hear. It's too noisy. And in fact, in Italian, we call the rumbling il boato della terra. I really like this translation because it means the earth that is shaking. The boato means this huge noise that you can feel and you can't handle it. Okay, so I really like the Italian translation of the rumbling. In Japanese is jinarashi, that it means almost the same thing as the Italian translation. So I'm really happy that always Italians are translating perfectly the meaning of jinarashi. Um, Okay, but going back with what I was telling you before, Armin is telling Mikasa, yes, that's Eren. We won. Eren is controlling the Shiso. Eren is behind the rumbling. He will destroy the aliens in Marley. Okay, so wait a second. We are condemning Eren because of all the evil things that he's about to do. Of course, he's doing bad stuff. Yes. But what about Armin? Armin is saying, "We won!" Or Armin is saying, now Eren is going to go, he's going to get these colossal to destroy the aliens in Marley. Oh, these aliens in Marley are also people. So even Armin is agreeing with killing people. That is a little bit antithetical with his previous idea that was pretty utopistic, full of utopia mode on, in which he was saying there was not another way to resolve all this. But now he is, I don't want to say happy, but he's okay by seeing these colossal titans going to destroy the aliens in Marley. That is a little bit strange because usually Armin was not saying sentences like this, like we won, okay? Or yeah, now the Colossal are going to attack the aliens in Marley. This, I was a little bit surprised, to tell you honestly. But then I understand, of course, that he's happy by seeing that Eren is on their side, as he was expecting that he was. That means a great, great loyalty from a friend who has always sacrificed his thoughts. He sacrificed even physically speaking when he was going against the Berthold. He was also saved by Eren when we had to choose Eren or Armin. So the loyalty Armin has towards Eren is something crazy. But yeah, in that moment I was saying, Armin. Okay. I mean, in that sentence, I was like, okay, huh. And then he says, Eren is our friend, our Mikata, our, no, wait, our Nakama, sorry, Nakama. Nakama in Japanese has a great meaning. It goes even beyond being friends. That, of course, in Japanese, friends is tomodachi, but in this case, nakama, it's something that goes even beyond. This is a deep bond that is built thanks to experience, thanks to the time passed together, spent together, something that is connecting them as a kaito, this red string that is connecting special people all together. So nakama is a deep meaning in Japanese. And so he's saying Eren was always our nakama. He has always been. And this is a way also to comfort Mikasa because she was still thinking that Eren, unfortunately, could hate them. So it was a way to let Mikasa feel relieved from all her thoughts about Eren. And then Yelena. Yelena that is looking speechless, like Zeke. Yes, look, Zeke's plan was not fulfilled. So sorry for you. So sorry if you made the mistake to think that Zeke was a god, as much as all the people who believed that Ymir was a goddess and they were wrong. Zeke is a human being, and even Zeke made mistakes. But Yelena, by looking at that landscape and by seeing that Zeke is somewhere else and he's not there and he's not surviving, maybe she understands that he failed. So, wow, Yelena, who thought that Zeke was a god, God can fail? No. Only human beings can. So, Yelena, so sorry, but you have to be disillusioned. Zeke was not a god at all. So, stop worshipping him, that it's better even for you, I guess. Mikasa then is saying a sentence that is pretty particular. Eren came home to be with us. Wow. Once again, I told you, since the beginning of this part 2, Eren decided to go back where everything started. That means Shiganshina, that means his home. And since the beginning of this part 2, when even he's descending no, he is not descending. Reiner is descending from the Zeppelin because they have to confront one another. Yeah, even in that moment when he was walking towards Reiner, I told you already, in that at that time, to me, it was meaning as if Eren was saying, look, this is my house. You are in my house. Yeah, you have always tried to stay in my house. Now I'm going to defend my house till the end of time. And in fact, this is what's happening. But so Eren that came back home because he has a place to return to. As much as the ending is saying, "Kaeru basho ga nakereba kitto dokoe mo." Okay, so if Eren has a place to return to, he can go everywhere. If you don't have a place to return to, you can't go anywhere. But Eren has a place to return to. That is Mikasa. That is his family. That is his friends. That is his home. So he came back, yes, to be with us. Maybe when he met Armin and Mikasa in part 1, it was his last time to see Mikasa and Armin in his human version. So he preferred to go back home to see them for the last time. And I'm pretty sure that Eren regrets the last things he said to Mikasa, as much as he regrets the last words he said to Carla before dying. And this is episode 2, season 1. He's saying it clearly. I feel bad for the last things I told my mother. Yes, I think that he feels so bad also for the last words he could say to Mikasa. And but I think that he came back home to Shiganshina at that time because he wanted somehow to stay with them, no matter the way, but he wanted to spend the last time with them somehow. And yeah. I give you 3 options of this sentence, of this question Mikasa is asking herself. So Mikasa maybe understands the real will of Eren. That means to have a place to go back to. That means that Eren still has feelings. Eren still cares. Eren is not mean only, but he also has feelings towards people. Number 2, Mikasa is idealizing Eren, maybe, by saying something like this. She thinks that he came back for them, but maybe he was just coming back over there because it was just the starting point of everything. So even these revengeful thoughts, this anger was increasing and was making him able to fulfill his goal. Maybe. I still prefer number 1, sincerely. And then option number 3. No, okay, it's connected. Yes. No, it's connected with the number 2. That means he used the proper place in the proper moment to create what he had to create. Maybe, but I still prefer number 1. But anyway, this sentence is really meaningful and is a way for Mikasa to still believe that there is that Eren she knows over there. The same Eren she loves somehow is still there. And this is a deep attachment that these two characters have because Mikasa and Eren will always be connected by this deep bond, no matter what's going to happen. Okay, no matter if Eren is becoming the evil, the devil on earth, Mikasa will always see the Eren who protected her. Always. The new family that she could get after that moment. And she can't erase it from her mind and her heart. So the fact that she keeps pushing ahead her thoughts to think that Eren is still there and she still trusts Eren and his feelings. Yes, Mikasa, I am like you. I still believe I still believe that Eren still feels something, that Eren still has a heart. But he has a heart just for the people he loves. That is pretty coherent and that is pure selfishness. That is who he is, a human being. Mm, and also in his case, I think when he was repeating this to Ymir, you're not a slave, you're not a goddess, you're just a person. He was also saying this to himself too, because he doesn't want to be a slave. He doesn't want to be the king, or he doesn't want to be the god. He is just a human person. And by being a person, this means that he can make mistakes. He's allowed to make mistakes. By making mistakes, things can change, maybe. And by being a human being, can be selfish, presumptuous, can be everything because he's a human being. Anyway, later, Armin is a little bit worried because he's understanding that not just a few titans, as the plan was supposed to be, are starting moving, but all of them. So, wait a second. What does this mean? Armin still starts being worried because he knows that if Eren is starting the rumbling completely, it means that he's going to destroy the world, no matter what. So Eren doesn't want to kill or doesn't want to destroy the aliens, but the rest of the world. But let me tell you one thing, okay? Even if Eren wanted to destroy the aliens only, do you really think that the rumbling would have stopped over there after that? I mean, these colossals are marching. Let's pretend that the aliens is here and the colossals are coming from here. So all the people who live here, do you think that they were spared just because Eren had to kill the aliens? So you think that the colossal would have done like this, for example? No, they would have marched anyway forward. So anyway, some innocent people, as you think, because I don't think that they are, and because I already explained you in the previous live streaming, they were killed anyway. So even Armin, who's thinking, he wanted to kill just the aliens, but it depends the position in which they are making these aliens on the map. It depends if these colossals are stopped immediately after or they keep marching, because these colossal are free to move now. So even if the aliens is here, I'm going to exterminate the aliens, but then the colossal, they keep moving forward. So they keep marching, and even if they are 3 instead of 3 millions, they are going to kill other people anyway. So this thing of we are just making this test to send just a few colossals only, but you're sending them anyway. These colossals are not stopping anymore. And then, after Armin is realizing this, and while he's still talking, Eren is going to interrupt them. And now the speech of Eren is starting. Wow. You have to follow me now because, well, look, all Yumi Runotami find themselves in the dimension of the paths. You see not just the people from Paradise, you also see kids, you also see uh, the Yumi Runotami living in Liberio because they have even the armbands. The honorific Marlians. I mean, you see these men that has even this red armband that means that he is an honorific Marlian because he is maybe a relative of the Titans we all know now. Okay, so it can be. Yeah, at this point it can be even the father of Annie or the father of a Peak. Yes. I don't think that he is somebody related to Reiner. No. Or somebody related to Zeke. No. Uh, Something related to Porco. I don't think so. Maybe Hanni or Pick. That's the father of Hanni or Pick at this point, I think, because even Pick was thinking about her father a lot. And she said that she was doing everything she was doing because she wanted to protect her father as much as Annie's dead. Is still there waiting that Annie can come back. So that man can be both, sincerely. Let's see, maybe in the future we will understand who that man is. But you see all the Yumi Ronotami. He is using the power of the Shiso to communicate with them. Of course, I have read that many people were complaining about this because in the final scene, when you see Eren, that is not moving the mouth, they were saying, "Oh, come on, that's a static representation over there. That's it." Yeah, that's it. Because Eren right now can't talk to all of them. It's just a way to communicate telepathically speaking. And it's like, be ready for what I'm saying right now, really soon, because it's something crazy. But it's like as if God is communicating with the followers he has. I mean, if God, let's say, is talking to his people under him, he is not moving the mouth. It's just an energy that is telepathically communicating with his people, right? If we go back to some historical movies, even the movie with Moses, yes, God can be represented by a light, or you can even hear the voice of God talking, but he's not talking. He's just communicating with Moses, telepathically speaking. Okay. So I don't think that there's something to complain about this because it's quite obvious. How can Eren appear and talk with his mouth while spreading his commandment? Um, so he has also this power now. He can communicate with all the Yumi Rotami, telepathically speaking. And then he says, my goal, and look, my goal is to protect the people of Paradise, the place where I was born. This is anticipating more or less what I told you so far, because I told you even in the previous episode that that's the will of Eren, of course. That this sentence also represents pure selfishness. I mean, I wanted to protect just the people of Paradise, the place where I was born. You were born somewhere else. I don't care. Okay, pure selfishness. Um, and by saying this, automatically he wants also to protect Yumi Runotami because the people living in Paradise are Yumi Runotami and the descendants coming from her. After all that he saw, thanks to the memories of Ymir, and after all he saw from 2000 years. So let me tell you one thing that I was already anticipating you 30 minutes ago. Eren, by doing this, he's doing something positive. That means, oh, you were enslaved for 2,000 years. Now I come to save you, to free you, and that's it. That's so great. From his perspective, I'm saying. Or is he saying, Yumi Runotami only has to survive, has to dominate this world, etc., 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 for eternity? That is more or less what the King Fritz was saying before dying. So once again, who's ruling inside Eren now? The Emir's thoughts of, oh, poor, we were all slaves, that now we have to rebel, we have to be free? Or the King Fritz side that means, let's keep dominate the world and exterminate all the others? It can be both, because Eren is a Yumi Runotami, so he comes from both of them. So is he perpetrating this Ymir's will to be free? Because, as I was telling you, the Shingeki no Kyojin, as much as all the Kyojin, have some characteristics from Ymir, of Ymir. So even Ymir was a girl who wanted to seek freedom, or who wanted to move forward. So is he wanting to seek Ymir's will too, to reach freedom as much as she wanted when she was attacked from behind by arrows, and she was struggling to reach freedom somehow? He is rebelling also to the vow of war because he is free to act. He is the person that, since he was born, didn't want to be stopped, and he wants to free all these people who were inside like a cage for all these years, because by releasing them, finally these birds inside of cages, they can fly. If you remember, we saw this scene even when Falco was declaring his love to Gabi. You saw lots of cages closed except for one, and that one, of course, was Gabi trying to understand the world in a different perspective, from a different perspective, of course. But yeah, these cages are still closed, so somebody has to release them. Somebody has to release these birds so they can fly freely. And then, oh, this is pretty strong, because Eren later is saying the world wants to exterminate my people, and not only on the island. Okay, this sentence is a little bit strange, don't you think? Because when Eren is saying the world wants to exterminate my people, is Eren referring to his dear friends? Is Eren referring to Mikasa, Armin, and all the others? Or it seems as if Ymir is talking through Eren by saying that the world wants to exterminate Yumi Runotami, that is her population, her people. And once again, by saying this, I wanted to tell you that Ymir chose to pass her power inside Eren, that is the container. By saying this, it's like as if Ymir is still there, ruling, thanks to Eren. And when Eren is saying my people, it seems as if it's Ymir talking, not him. If we think that this can be the right interpretation. But then this interpretation is going ahead, and it seems correct because Eren is saying, my people, and not only on the island. You already know that even on the other side of the ocean, in Marley, there are other Yumiru no Tami. There are the honorific Marlians and all these Eldians who wear the armband. So is this Ymir talking through Eren? Or is it Eren because anyway he wants to save all the Yumiru no Tami? This is strange because actually Eren wants to save Paradise only because that's the place where he was born. But now he is also talking about these people on the other side of the ocean as my people. So, this is okay. This is a little bit strange, but at the same time, this, when he's saying this sentence, once again, so sorry that I have to say something like this, but Eren seems like a god, the God of the Bible. Because even in that case, the God of the Bible is willing to let this population be free. Of course, he doesn't want to exterminate the rest of the world. I'm just saying that for this sentence, Eren seems like the God of the Bible. Because even in that case, my people, because even in the Bible, God chose one population only, and he called it my population, my people. So, wow. I think Isayama read the Bible before writing this story. Okay, anyway, let's go ahead. And Eren keeps going on by saying, they, the world, will not stop until all the population of Ymir, Yumiru no Tami, will be dead. So, it's like as if Eren now is helping Ymir because Ymir and her population were all exterminated, reduced as slaves, threatening, murdered, and stuff like this. And they suffered so far. So he is talking to these Yumiru no Tami by saying, look, guys, they want you to be dead. They want all of you to be dead. But I'm here to do something else. I'm here to do the contrary. I'm here to protect you. And this is somehow a way to let Ymir become a triumph because she is going by releasing the rest of her population. It's like as if even Ymir can reach freedom automatically because she was enslaved till that moment as much as her population, but then she can be free as much as her population, because by her population being freed, consequently, even she will be free. But in the moment he's saying this sentence, they will not stop until all Yumiru no Tami will be dead. They show us Historia. I mean, Historia that has a sad face. Does she have a sad face because she's remembering her friend Ymir, who also chose for her to be free, who also told her many times, Historia, you have to choose. And now I wanted to open a bracket because, okay, Historia has a sad face also because of her condition, because she was forced to be pregnant with that farmer, and she is almost repeating the same thing Ymir did. In fact, you see Historia pregnant in the same position as Ymir 2,000 years before when she was pregnant. But the difference is that Ymir in front of her had hundreds of soldiers ready to march for the next mission. Historia in front of her had a great panorama, if you remember. She had the sunset, she had this beautiful landscape, and there were not soldiers marching. This is already a difference. And I hope that Historia, with her kids, will behave totally the opposite from what Ymir did to her kids. That means to love her, to love this girl or boy that is coming, to take care of him or her, no matter if she was forced or not to be pregnant. But let me open this bracket, yes, because I think that Historia, by looking like this to Eren, first of all, she feels really sad because Eren has become what he has become, and she has never maybe expected this. Second of all, because I think that at this point she understands that she, by giving the hand to Eren, from that moment things were changing so easily and so dramatically. Number three, Historia feels so sad because she is forced, as much as Ymir, she was forced to create a new family with a person, blah, 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 blah. She also feels sad because everything that she wanted to create so far, that means a peaceful condition, um, it's totally changing right now because she was hoping to find a happy ending, but now with her sad face, you understand that by hearing what Eren is saying or is about to say, she knows that something terrible is happening instead of something really great. But yeah, maybe she remembers also what happened to this fake Ymir, this friend of her, that was having more or less the same fate of Ymir, the Ymir of the beginning. So now I wanted to open a bracket really quick because I've written, sorry, all the things that this fake Ymir, this Historia as a friend, has in common with the real one, with Ymir. It's a great parallelism, but if you follow me, you can understand. So, first of all, even the fake Ymir, I call her fake Ymir, so you will understand the difference. Even the fake Ymir, she was found in a village. Even the fake Ymir was chosen by someone, and she was chosen instead of others. Even the fake Ymir will have a different life instead of before by being chosen. The same thing that happened to the real Ymir, because after the pigs thing, and after coming back with a great power, she was considered different. She was not at the same level as all the other slaves. She was a little bit special than before. Also, the fake Ymir convinces herself that there is no other choice rather than follow what's going on to her life in that moment. Also, the fake Ymir was used as a slave who was representing a lie. And in fact, she was considered Ymir, the goddess, blah, blah, blah. It was a lie because she was not a goddess, she was a human being. And it was a lie because, of course, she was representing somebody who she was not. And she was a slave of this because she was captured on purpose to become a slave of this cult. And then another thing that she has in common with Ymir, the people looking at her as if they could feel immortal thanks to her. In fact, you know that all the Yumiru no Tami who think that Ymir was a goddess, they were all believing, oh, thanks to you, dear Ymir, you can grant us immortality, blah, 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 blah. No, no, or yes, maybe yes, if we analyzed the episode in a different way. Maybe even this Yumiru no Tami will go ahead and the story will be repeated forever. Then another thing is that she is looking at the people, and these people are accepting her, and they are praising her. as much as, and this means, of course, that she wants to be loved by others, the same thing that Ymir did. Of course, she was accepted and everyone was happy, yeah, until that moment. Okay, we are going to reach it. Even Ymir, the fake Ymir, felt special and she thought that she could live better than before now that she was chosen. The same thing that maybe Ymir, the original one, felt when, after she gained the power, she could stay next to the king and no more under the king as before. Even the fake Ymir, she thought that she could have felt useful to somebody or to give a reason for other people to go on living, as much as the real Ymir did in her past. And how this is good is because she's sacrificing herself for this purpose. The same thing that happened to the original Ymir. She is also condemned by others for when it was necessary for them to escape from this trouble coming. So even the fake Ymir had the same path of the original one, because with the original one we have the pigs, and with the fake Ymir we have these uh, military forces who are coming to discover this cult, and who are going to let her go away from there by being chained, etc., etc., etc. And she was becoming the culprit, even if she was not. The fake Ymir herself is saying that all her life was made of lies, as much as the life of the real Ymir. She was being tortured. In fact, you see a scene in which the friends of Historia is chained and is full of blood, surrounded by blood. When she's caught by these military forces in Marle, military, I mean police officers, let's say, she's falling after being transformed. She's falling down the walls as much as Ymir is falling underwater when she's getting in touch with this parasite. She is also condemning all of the people coming after her, because later, that even all the other people who were following this cult, they were transformed into titans. And so she was listening to them about the power she could have had, but then she was condemning them for the result. And she's also condemning all the people coming after her, because then she's eating Marcel. And after Marcel, we know what happened, okay? She's seeing the power at that point as a punishment. Yes, as much as Ymir feels, the real Ymir, feels her own existence as a punishment, something that she has to handle for the sake of others. And in fact, she is punished. This friend of Ymir is punished because she is transformed into a titan, and at the same time, Ymir is punished because he is eaten by her daughters, as much as the fake Ymir is eaten later by Marcel. No, she's eating Marcel, but then she is eaten by Porco. So as you can see, she's also eaten by somebody. And Porco, look, Porco, I told you already, in Italian it means a pig. Okay. Then even the fake Ymir, after she's eating Marcel, can see 2 lines, as much as the real Ymir can see 3 lines, these 3 of paths. And then 8 lines, because as much as she's going on, she can see all the other titans too. But then Ymir, the friend of Historia, is reaching a point in her story in which she's saying let's stop telling lies. And she's saying it to herself. She wants to be herself again, as much as what's happening even now. The moment in which the real Ymir is rebelling to all this situation, thanks to Eren, and she is showing her eyes once again to be herself. And even the fake Ymir found someone who could let her understand that she doesn't have to live a life of lies, that life is also beautiful, not just cruel. In the case of the fake Ymir, she found Historia. In the case of the real Ymir, she found Eren. So, as you can see, in fact, even the fake Ymir, she wants to sacrifice herself for the sake of Historia in season 2, as much as Eren wants to sacrifice himself for helping Ymir and her will. So, as you can see, all these great connections that are connecting these two characters. One is Yumiro no Tami, anyway, because the fake Ymir is anyway a Yumiro no Tami and is descending by the original one. But all of these things that you saw make you understand that Ymir is still alive even in the present time, because throughout these years there were perpetrating all of these destiny that this population had. So now, sorry, by going back to Historia, yes, Historia is looking up right now while hearing Eren's speech, and she's pretty sad because she has already seen the past, the background story of Ymir, even by touching the letter. Do you remember? So she knows what's going on and what was going on for all these years. But anyway, she's sad because there has to be a sad ending instead of a happy one. And you all know the enthusiasm that Historia had while she was having this new role of the queen. She was really happy because she thought that she could change the world too for the best. But at the end of the day, violence is promoted. This destruction of the world is promoted instead of finding another solution. Okay, last points. Finally, I almost finished. Thank you. Look, Eren is saying, I refuse to let them. I refuse to let them do so. Wow. This is a solemn commandment. And of course, they are showing us even the principal coordinate over there. That means the trunk of this tree of paths. That look, that is forming, of course, the tree of the Yumiro no Tami. That means everything that started from. But look, once again, this three of paths is not symbolizing Ymir who started everything. That trunk of the tree, of that tree of paths, was already there. When Ymir was turned into the Shiso no Kyojin, the explosion before the transformation was already the trunk of a tree. Do you know? Did you see? So that the trunk of the tree, plus the roots of that tree, was the beginning of everything. And the beginning of everything is that creature, that parasite that was getting in touch with Ymir. So it's like as if is also this creature itself saying, I will not let them do so. Because of course, if they exterminate all Ymir, Yumiro no Tami, even this creature that already now is passing from one generation to the other is going to be defeated. As much as if Ymir, thanks to Eren, is talking and he's saying, and she's saying, I don't want to let them do so. It's like it's like she, by being the origin, doesn't want that somebody is going to interrupt her people. So, but anyway, when Eren is saying something like this, this commandment that he's spreading, sorry that I made this comparison once again, but it's like God when he's in the Bible, when he's spreading his 10 commandments, not one, 10 in that case, and everyone had to respect them. Otherwise, the consequence was hell. It was not heaven. So as you can see, if you wanted to destroy the Yumiro no Tami, you are going against this commandment, you're going to hell. And actually, this is what's happening, because the rumbling is taking the rest of the world to hell. If you don't want to exterminate the Yumiro no Tami anymore, I don't do anything. You can go to heaven. If you want to destroy my population, you go to hell. This is what the God of the Bible is saying, actually. If you respect my 10 commandments, you go to heaven. If you don't respect them, you go to hell. And then he is saying, Eren, the colossal will march on each inch of the world beyond this island until all the forms of life beyond the shores will be thrown away. I mean, will be dismantled, will be destroyed. That means the destruction of the world. Yes. But it's like as if Eren, by the position he has, he is sending this colossal marching that are representing all these evil thoughts that the world developed throughout the years. It's like as if these colossals are like, yes, the wave we saw when the walls were broken. And this march is like a sentence to death. Okay, it's a commandment. I open a bracket. I mean, yeah, it's like as if he, by saying this and by commanding these colossal titans, he is spreading the result of 2,000 years, spreading this sort of wave of suffering, pain, slavery, blah, 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 as if it's a repay back. Okay, as if it's like as if it's a boomerang. When you launch the boomerang, you do an action, but then it's coming back to you. It's like a sort of karma. Okay, but I open a bracket. This sentence, if you watch the historical biblical movies that they were made 60 years ago, so they are pretty old, but I suggest you to watch them. So you can find something of a Shingeki no Kyojin over there too. As much as Moses that is separating the ocean, it's already a detail that you should take into consideration. But what Eren is saying now, this commandment that he is saying and spreading now, it's like the 6 plagues of Egypt. Do you know? If you don't know, you should go and check it. Egypt was making the population of God as a slave for many years, until God decided to send Moses to help them become free from slavery. But before this, because Egypt didn't accept, I mean, when Moses arrived in front of the Pharaoh, he was demanding, he was asking the freedom of this population as the population of God that was chosen to be free. So Egypt had to agree with this will of God. But Egypt refused to do so. Egypt is like Marley, okay? Let's say Marley or the rest of the world in this case. So what did God do at that time? Do you remember? God in the Bible is sending 7 plagues on Egyptians. 7, not one, 7 plagues on Egypt at that time. The reason why God was sending those plagues, it was because Egypt was going against God's will. Oh, and in this case, these plagues were killing people. They were not just okay, that's a dark cloud over there. It's a plague that is descending on earth. Okay, we are still saved. No, no, no. Those 7 plagues that were sent to Egypt, because Egypt refused to let them free, were killing people. So even the God of the Bible, is it a good God of the Bible or not? What do you think? Even in that case, God was sending something to destroy them because they were going against God's will. And one of the plagues was to send these black insects, okay, falling from the sky and kill all these people. So these can connect to the ending number 3 when I told you before in the analysis that I was checking the fact that there is a black insect on top of Eldian's writings. Do you remember? Even that the insect is black. And when an insect is black, is representing something malevolent. So, at that time, Egypt could choose what to do. They decided to refuse God's will. So God, that's written in the Bible, you can check it by yourself. So God decided to send 7 plagues called the 7 plagues of Egypt. You can check them even online. Oh, if we compare this with Aaron, is the same. The same. If you want to go against my will, I will destroy the rest of the world. Oh, the same. 10, it was 10, sorry. No, I think it, no, 7. Okay, let me check before saying something stupid. No, 7 plagues of Egypt. 7, not 10. And in fact, I can even read you the 10. Sometimes they say 10, sometimes they say okay, maybe you're right, sorry, maybe they are 10. Okay, I can read them all. Water turned to blood, number 1. Number 2, plague of frogs. Number 3, plague of lice and gnats. That means these insects that are flying that are going to kill you. Okay. Plague of flies, and that's the same insect that you see in ending number 3. Number 5, plague of livestock. Plague 6, plague of boils. Number 7, plague of hail, thunders, and flames. You can check. Look, I'm going to send you this link so you will understand what I mean. Yes, thank you, MP. You corrected me. Great. Here we go. Here's the link, the first one of the first links that I found online right now. Number 8, a plague of locust. That is another insect that can destroy everything, that is destroying all the cultivations, okay? Plague of darkness, number 9. And number 10, plague of the firstborn. So look, plague of the death of the firstborn is even the worst thing, because now you are condemning Aaron because of the rambling, he is going to kill lots of kids. Okay, plague number 10, plague of the firstborn. God was sending this plague, that means all the firstborn, they were killed immediately. And in order to avoid this, they had to spread pig's blood on top of their doors so they could avoid this. This is the Bible. This is the Bible. So if you wanted to condemn Isayama Sensei, or if you wanted to condemn Eren, you should condemn even the God of the Bible, because this is what happened. I mean, this is what happened. This is what's written over there. But so I don't understand this at this point. You are condemning Eren because he is evil, blah blah blah, because he is making a genocide, etc., etc. So in this realistic world, why people are worshipping the same God who sent 10 plagues on Egypt and doing the same thing? Because at that time, you needed to understand that Egypt was so immense that it was considered the center of the world, as much as the Roman Empire was considered the center of the world. This is hypocrisy. If you want to condemn Eren, you should condemn even the God of the Bible for the same reason. But anyway, if you believe in God, if you believe in the Bible, of course. If you don't believe it, yes, okay, you are coherent and you're saying, okay, fine. So this God is good or bad? It depends. It depends how you decided to do things, thanks to your free will. But in fact, the God of the Bible leaves people the right to choose, thanks to the free will. Then it's up to you, the consequences. I mean, you decided. So it's like what Ymir did too. And once again, Ymir, who was supposed to be the goddess, and if we go back to the Nordic mythology, Ymir was a god. So all these great connections that Isayama was putting inside this story, no matter how it will end, makes this story a masterpiece. You can't say the difference, or something different. So the free will is a great power that human beings have. And it's the same power that is differing human beings from animals, because we human beings have the right to choose, at least. So by having this great power, we are definitely, okay, I should take now philosophy a little bit. If you followed Nietzsche, who was a great philosopher, one of my favorite ones, actually, Nietzsche was developing this concept of the God is dead, because we human beings are God on earth. And he was describing this amazing definition of the Superman. The Superman, no, the Superman, Superman, no. no, but this superhero on earth, this man who didn't need God's approval anymore, because he was God. He was the one who could decide how to rule the world. And he couldn't, and he shouldn't depend on religion. He shouldn't depend on something external, because in Nietzsche's opinion, we are all God. God is here. We are the power to decide things. So Eren, it's like a sort of the Superman of Nietzsche, okay? But by having the free will, that is what Eren also has, he chose to destroy the world. Of course, this will create a consequence. The consequence, of course, will be the fact that Eren will die. The consequence will be that that these people living in paradise who will be saved, as I told you, they will feel really guilty, because look at Mikasa, Armin, Jan, Connie. Once again, I say this. they are going to see the world destroyed, and they know that they are the reason of the world to be destroyed. You feel guilty, you feel a piece of shit, let me tell you. So there is this, the consequence, then Eren will die. The consequence of the guilt that they can feel, etc., etc. The consequence of surviving, or of let this population survive. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Will something happen in these 8 extra pages that let us understand that it will be, that it was something bad to do? Let's see. So if we see everything from a biblical point of view, Moses, who was like Eren, was entitled by God, Ymir, to go ahead with his plan. That means to save the population of God, Ymir no Tami. And then, of course, you see at the end, to be continued. Because finally, fortunately, look, guys, I'm so sorry for this immense live streaming, but it was better for me to close this chapter like this. So please check this story from different points of view, from mythology, from philosophy, from religion's point of view. There's from, yes, literature's point of view. You have lots of ways to extend this story and to find lots of great connections. And this is why this story is a masterpiece. So I suggest you to see things from different perspectives, because if you see things from one perspective only, the risk is that you are tricked by the story itself. So the more you expand your horizons on this, the more you can judge this story somehow. To me, Shingeki no Kyojin is one of the best stories ever. So Isayama, great job. You are a genius, because you could put inside all these things. And some people who are saying that Shingeki no Kyojin became boring, I think you miss something. I think you should see things in a different way. For all the people who are saying that the ending is bad, I still don't know what the ending will be. But I don't want to judge a story from an ending. I wanted to judge the story for all the great subjects involved and all the great things the author wanted to tell us. I think that this story is simply great. And we will see what's coming after Eren's death, because that's the most important thing. In my opinion, Eren will die. Eren will die by his own convictions. That means that he was convinced about something he saw from the future, but it's not the real future he could see. And he was tricked by somebody else coming from the future too, as much as he did with Grisha. So this thing will not end. Yumiro no Tami will be saved, yes, but there will be other problems coming later, because this creature underground maybe is still there. Maybe by trembling, by the rumbling, will not be defeated. So if another Yumiro no Tami is going to meet with this creature once again, this Yumiro no Tami, the King Fritz was correct, because this Yumiro no Tami will go ahead forever, but it will be cursed forever, because things are going to repeat all over again, and other mistakes, other wars are going to repeat. So Eren's sacrifice will be in vain, or if we see things from Ymir's perspective, if we see things from King Fritz's perspective, will not be in vain, because all King Fritz wanted was that Yumiro no Tami was dominating the world, and it was pretty successful. So let's see what's going to happen with the next episode, episode 22, this Sunday. Thank you so much for the support for this immense analysis, deep analysis of this episode, the 3 parts. I hope the next episode will be less. I hope so. And see you. See you in the next videos coming on the channel. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for all the new subscribers, and keep subscribing. Yes, let's have a fun together. Bye, guys. Thank you so much. Bye.